Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, January the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. That'll help me. And I see a couple of yeses. I see 3 or 4 yeses. Great. So what is happening this morning? Let's see. OTKR, OTRK is gapping up because the company announced new data showing that a reduction of depression, etc. And they spelled anxiety wrong. That's enough to make me anxious. Symptoms, etc. So they had a press release. Morning, YouTubers, Rob and Aja. ATLX. It's a new listing. Can't remember if this is a SPAC or a new listing, new IPO. At any rate, they have some news moving up on some deal. I guess they're a lithium miner, and they've got a deal going with Mitsui out of Japan. Okay, so nice little pop up. Actually, 1163 this morning, right back down to 10 though. Low float. TCBP. This was a really active one yesterday. Active again today, up 22%. TCBP. So yesterday they had their announcement of a strategic collaboration to advance gamma delta T cells in oncology. Okay, so I think that might have been with a university, not 100% sure. UAL, United Airlines, earnings play, guys, earnings play for UAL. Nice pop for it. Yeah, I mean, this is encouraging. I mean, look at these airlines. I mean, from the lows of this one, wow, 37 to 53 in about 2 weeks. That's a great run. Let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline industry. So we're going to see something very similar, exactly. In fact, basically a duplicate. Moderna, big pop for Moderna. mRNA, big pop for Moderna. It says phase 3 study. Let's see. As Bank of America says, phase 3 data keeps RSV vaccine in the game. So that is Moderna, and still has some room. See, the high over here is 208.99, so we're at 203.55. All I'm doing is just looking left to see where the next high is. FUV, a cheap one, is doing a financing, did a financing that is obliterated the stock today, 59 down 59%. FUV, EV player, small one, very, very small one. They're doing a financing, $12 million. My broker, Interactive Brokers, earnings today, IBKR. Nice little pop for them. And I noticed that Barclays has put a $96 price target on them. And that is for IBKR. PNC, another little more expensive one. PNC is a gap down on earnings, It's a big gap down. Yesterday, it took out the 200-day, barely. And now look at this. An uplisting from okay, thank you. Draw for ATLX. ZIM is it's not a bad little gap up. When I saw it, it was a little over 3%. So that's why, because I have a 3% min, but so it's about 3% up right now. ZIM. And I noticed, I don't think Carvana's moved that much, but CVNA, so they've adopted I haven't seen this for for a long time, a poison pill to avoid a hostile takeover. Reduces tax bill to sell up to $4 billion in auto loans. So this rights plan, also known as a poison pill, will deter a takeover of 4.9% or more of Carvana's outstanding common stock. Now, just to give you an idea about earnings season coming, this week we had about 80, or we will have 80 companies releasing earnings approximately. Next week we'll have about 240, and it will increase over the next few weeks. We'll get some weeks where we'll have 1,000 companies releasing earnings. So we're just getting rolling, guys. Exciting time of the year when all these companies come up with their earnings. Checking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. That BTB from yesterday, that was just an awesome short from that 10-day daily breakdown. It did have a nice bounce, but it's actually getting close to the 200-day moving average. That's kind of where it got to yesterday. The low yesterday was 501. The 200-day was 466, so it got pretty close to that 200-day moving average for BTB. Yeah, but anything last night is to me an earnings play today. Okay, in case you're wondering, because they have the reaction after hours, but then today, for me, anything that releases earnings after hours, the day before, and pre-market is an earnings play. And let's see what else. So the memers, I'll take a look at GME again as a trade. GME, I mean, you can't dispute the fact it's had a nice 5-day run from 16 to 22. The next area looks like, I'm just trying to see where the next high is. Yeah, it looks like the next high is at 2370. So if the memers keep after this one, the next high is 2370. Did not see JBHT. Let's take a look at JBHT earnings play. That's the reason it hasn't really moved. Well, I guess it did move early, but it's recovered quite a bit. Not very much volume. Yeah, so I don't see it because right now it's only 0.41%. So basically unchanged. It's official, absolutely. Alcoa releases after hours today. Look at the SPY, guys. We're challenging that 400 again. We're in for, as we speak anyway, in for a positive open. Looking to see if there's anything else kind of creeping into my gainers. Hmm. GHGG. Yeah, so this just broke down below wow. This could be interesting, guys. Not a ton of volume yet, but look at CHGG and look at that 200-day moving average, that green line. The 200-day moving average is 23.18, so it is now below the 200-day moving average. Just trying to see if there's any news. Needham turns cautious with a downgrade. I don't know if that's the only reason. That's all I can see this morning. Needham. So yeah, so through the 200-day moving average for C8, but even more importantly, look left. 2110 is the next low. 2107 is the next low looking left. So we're at 2286 right now. 2107 is the next low looking left. So obviously there's still room for this to run down if it wants to before it hits that next low. So I would keep this one on the radar. Yeah, Blue did a financing, BLUE did a financing. And actually recovered pretty well. It's the low in the pre-market was I think 591, so it's almost tacked on about $1. Their financing is offering a 20 million shares. I don't have a price on it. Yeah, I don't have a price on it. I keep seeing if there's yeah, so I don't see a price. Anybody know what the price is on the Blue financing? Thoughts on VIRI? Let's take a look at. I bet you this is a cheap one. Yeah. So yeah, I have no thoughts on it. I don't. I typically do not trade this price of stock. No volume in the pre-market right now. I mean, it's had a, I guess you could call a little bit of a run from 23 to 30, but I see a lot of resistance, between here and 34. Unless there's some specific news on it. Yeah, so I mean, again, unless there's some specific news on this that's going to pop it, I don't see anything of interest for me anyway. So the memers, let's take a look at BBBY and holding 4. Get to yesterday, got up to 450 yesterday. So I guess an argument to be made if it takes out that high, because the next high after that is 525. And then the other one, we've already talked about GME. Take a look at AMC. What room does it have? So it is above yesterday's high now. AMC's, yeah, it's above yesterday's high, which was 637. So by a penny. The next high looking left is 651. And that is for AMC if it wants to keep going. All right, now typically I take a look at the upgrades and downgrades this morning. The problem is when I looked yesterday, there were just way too many. There's no way I'm going to put them all out. My guess is that this is going to have the same. Actually, not as many. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get the upgrades in first. Bear with me as I type them in. Again, and I'm still waiting on Wetbush to come up with some kind of a price target on some relatively cheap low floater. They've been pretty quiet the last few weeks, ever since the one that they did about a month ago. Go daddy in an upgrade. A moment as I get it posted in the room. AMC is moving, guys. Okay, now get the downgrades in. To see if there's any downgrades from Goldman. Actually, I'm going to take a look at Goldman stock today compared to Morgan Stanley. What a tale of two earnings releases. There's the downgrade by Needham for CHGG. Okay, there's some of the downgrades. BBBY guys on the move. A moment, I have to size my window over here. All right, now let's take a look at the sectors. Now again, we're in for a positive open. Probably most of the sectors are positive today. So let's click on new from the toolbar, then click on dock channel bar, click on show more, and then sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see, now normally it's all or nothing, but today 90% of them are up from yesterday's close. So the stocks that make up XLE, 90% are above yesterday's close. And as easily predicted, except for financial, financial is a weak sector right now. I mean, it's 50-50, about 50-50. Most of the other ones are at least 78% positive, the stocks that make up their sectors, make up the ETF. So interesting. Maybe Goldman is dragging it down again. Take a look at them again, comparison to their 200-day moving average. And XLE. Yeah, moving further and further away from that 200-day moving average, the green line there. Let's take a look at financials, XLF. Yeah, I mean, the 200-day moving average is moving downward. So it's still moving. Have to see what happens today. And then communications. I keep looking at communications, wondering, is it possible that it's going to eventually catch up to that 200-day moving average? Had a little down day yesterday, but look at this. I mean, what a run it's had. Getting closer and closer to that green line, which is the 200-day. And XLK technology getting closer and closer to the 200-day moving average. Consumer staples, haven't looked at this for a while. XLP, that was a kind of a star, bit of a star. So it's still above it, barely though, barely. And discretionary, the other one that has been well below. Let's see if it's creeping up towards the 200-day. Yeah, sort of. I mean, look, I mean, it's come off the bottom. I mean, this was bleak down here, but it is starting to creep closer and closer to that 200-day moving average. Take a look at Goldman Sachs. Yeah, it's still basically flat. Maybe the major damage has been done. There's Goldman's 200-day. So meanwhile, I take a look at Carvana, guys. They put that poison pill in. I'm sure that's going to get a lot of attention. The high of a few days ago was 810. That was last week's high, 810. Let me just back this out just a little bit to see. Come on. Yeah, so it's got some stuff, between 788, where it's at right now, and 8, of course, and then it's 815, 818, 862. So, got some to deal with that 8 level. And SI is creeping up. SI is creeping up. Look at Bitcoin this morning, BITO. Didn't see too much movement. BITO, yeah, not much movement, I guess. But is Bitcoin still around 21,000 or? So here's one that's moving. Boy, I haven't seen this one in a long time. SGTX. I think I used to see it. Penny stock now, basically, but it's popping up 74%. Here we go. Oh, it's too bad it's not Wedbush. I really wish this were Wedbush. Canaccord initiates coverage with a target of $6 a share put on. Okay, wish there were Wedbush doing it. 21 million in the float, so a pretty low float. And that's for SGTX. Don't see any other news on it. Through the 200-day moving average. Well, Doc, I don't know what you're using, but I had even a new high alert for BBBY was working for me. Hmm. Starting to get no charts here. Yeah, no, I had no, yeah, in this now. Yeah, you're right. Son of a gun. Yesterday was perfect. Do a reset. Anyway, Jack, I don't know. Maybe you got maybe you put something up there, but Bed Bath and Beyond certainly showing up in my pre-market actives, which is actually showing up on the gap up. This is just a real-time alert, so I'm not sure what you're using. I am speaking, yes. Make sure you guys can hear me. And just Trev who's having a problem. Okay. Remember, I don't talk all the time. Okay, just in case there might be some dead air sometimes, guys. So I guess keep an eye on the OTRK to see if it can hold one. Trying to hold one here. It's up 86%. They did have some news this morning. Okay, they put out a press release this morning through the 200-day moving average. Low float, 16 million in the float. Let's take a look left to see what sort of resistance there is on the weekly chart. So looks like the next high looking left is that big spike to 168. This had quite the week. It was a low of 66 cents and got as high as 168. So that looks like the next high looking left. And CHGG cratering here, guys. CHGG. Where can you get the Discord link? Here you go. So this downgrade for by Needham on CHGG seems to certainly be taking effect, down 10% now. And I think the next low I thought I saw around 21, a little over $21. So it is approaching that low. Nope, no, no. I've got three rooms going. That's all. This is still the main room. You have your pick. YouTube, the main room where most people are, or Discord. You've got your pick now. Yeah, 30 seconds. Where's William when you need him? 5 seconds. Okay, guys, let's have a great trading day. Let me get set for this. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I don't let things settle down a little bit. So we are live now. The market is opened. And that was your pre-market show. And no TV, guys. I mean, this is still really interesting. I mean, it takes out 9 today. This could still have another run in it. Look left. The next high is 1538. And If I recall, some firm put a pretty lofty price target on it. Can't remember now. This was last week, or I think it was this week here, or this day here. All right, guys, a firm is, wow, what a run it's had also. Looks like the airlines over the last few days. Look at a firm, what a run it's had, 9 to 14 straight up. And is this going to be just another day of being up? And that is AFRM. Whew, this is a choppy one, guys. SI, look what it got to in the pre-market. Got up to 14, and now it's right back down to 13, a little over 13. And the market has opened positively, not huge, not huge. Dow's up 41, Nas is up 71, SPY's up a bit. It doesn't look like OTRK is going to hold a dollar. Not yet, anyway. Not now, anyway. And that's why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. So look at the Carvana, looked pretty awesome for a bit. Looked like I might even take out 8, and then it just drops. I could go right back up again, but that's typically why I don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. You get some pretty wild gyrations. I will miss the ones that keep running right from the beginning. I completely understand that, but I have made peace with that. All right, go to guys. China education stock that was pretty awesome for about 3 weeks, approaching that high. The high it got to was 423. Then the Chinese government said something to the effect that we want to curtail online education, and that dropped most of them. But now they're right back up. And we have our first TCBP just got halted on the way up. That's our first volatility halt of the day, TCBP. Crazy low float, 688,000. Right, guys, I'm just keeping an eye on some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I don't know if silver is strong all over the place, but PAAS pass through the 200-day moving average. PAAS through the 200-day moving average, 1908. Well, right at the 200-day moving average for PAAS. All right, guys. So United is actually starting to give it up. Market opened. It was high as 53.54. It is actually starting to give it up a bit here now. Still positive for the day. This is an earnings play. Yeah, released earnings after hours. So this is an earnings play today. Got as high as 54 in the after hours yesterday. And another halt here. ACGN. Okay, so was this what, an uplisting? Started trading as ACGN in the pre-market. Sort of news do I have for ACGN? Ah, that's right. That's right. IDRA. So this is the name change. IDRA now is ACGN and halted. Whoa, my goodness, look at BTB. Too fast for me. BTB, they announced the financing. And this is now showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown at 262. A little, I don't think I can, I want to short it now. It looks like it's got some support around two. So this was the big star from yesterday. Remember, this was an eight. I think the alert came out around 850 yesterday. Now 262 now, or actually 255 now. BTB. NRGV, guys, NRGV, a little bit on the move here. Next high looking left is 488. So it's got a little bit of room. Volume coming into NRGV. They've raised guidance. They don't release until, they don't even know when their earnings date is, but they've revised their Q4 revenue and their revenue guidance. So that's causing a pop for NRGV. Yeah, they've disappeared at IB also. Yesterday there were, well, it depends when you looked. First time I ever looked was they had about 3,000 shares. So probably not widespread among the brokers that have BTB for shorts. Okay, guys, I may have been wrong about OTRK. OTRK is now above one again. TCB, TCBP just opened, guys. TCBP just opened. Decent pop. And again, the attraction may be this 969, 961 that happened 2 days ago. Faraday, FFIE, I think is moving here. FFIE, yeah, cheap one, guys. A real cheap one, 64 cents, up 36%. Trading higher after the company announced a strategic agreement with the city of, well, Huanggang in Hubei province. Okay. Still early for me. All right. OTRK holding now one. Maybe it would not. So let's, again, what is the next high looking left? Oh, that's right. That big spike high right here on that day or that week, it got up to 168. So, I mean, there's that. 168 is the next high looking left on the week. I am not saying it's getting there, but at least there's not a lot of chart resistance between the current price and 168 on that week. And kind of like yesterday, look at the SPY. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails all over the place with the SPY. Trying to figure out a direction still. Playboy, PLBY. It is yeah, some volume coming in to Playboy, PLBY. Yeah, I mean, the next high is 355. We're at about 330 right now. A lot better if the next highs were around 4, but okay, GMVD. Remember this one a couple of weeks ago? GMVD got all the way up to 854. The next high looking left, it's at 442 right now. So the next high looking left is 479. If I can take out, say, that 479, I'm going to stick an alert around 491 and see if it gets close to that level, because then traders will be looking probably at that spike and see if it get anywhere close to that. Okay, so NRGV is showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, and it is 489 is the next high. CHGG just showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. That's the one that had the downgrade. I'm interested in it, the CHGG. I'm really interested in it. I think it's got room down to 21. I think that's where the next low is, but I'm just waiting on it a little bit. It's not quite 15 minutes in. Meanwhile, NRGV, guys, is starting to move again. I don't like it because of that high. It's fairly close to it. 488 right now, 20 cents away. But of course, they may not listen to me. It may just blow right through this. All right, so the market is starting to drift down a little bit here now, guys. I don't know if our direction, yeah, look at that though. We are really in a choppy environment right now. Kind of waiting on the CHGG to see if it takes out the 80s again. There may be 50, 60, 70 cents in it. If that's the case, just because of the, I think there is some support around 21-ish. Volume, yeah, pretty good. Big float. Yeah, so one of the problems I've got with it is its topping tail, okay? Also is because at some point the buyers really tried to get it up here. So that big topping tail, without that topping tail, I think this would be a lot better as a short, but this CHGG. So I'm just going to give it a rest. All right, ACGN just got halted again on the way up. Let me get that on the screen right now. ACGN just got halted on the way up a little bit. So again, this is the old IDRA, changed symbol name to ACGN, effective this morning, pre-market, you can see. No idea what the float is, probably pretty low. This is the one from yesterday. So the Argentinian stocks still look pretty strong, guys. At least this one is. YPF. AOS, guys, KOS, lots of volume actually. Wow, look at Silvergate. Look at SI now. Back up has been incredibly jumpy in in the market. Look at this, down to 13.25, back up to 14. The high yesterday was way up here at almost $17. Crypto play, they did have earnings yesterday, said they lost $1 billion. Market seemed to shrug that off. Whoa, I'm not in it, but there it goes, guys. ORTK, not in it. There it goes. Wow. And it's halted. OTRK is halted. Yeah, Torps, I just see you posted that also. Well, it surprised me a little bit because when it gave up $1, I thought maybe that was going to be it. It got down to 93 cents or so. Boy, Neon's been on a run. It looks like the airlines. Look at this. What a run Neon has been on. 569 about a week and a half ago, and 1255 now, and making another move today. Neon, Neon. Whew. Well, let's take a look left on the weekly chart just to see what sort of resistance there is. Wow, don't see any, really? We've got to go back. Yeah, maybe 13 or so. I don't know. I mean, we've got high of 13. High of 13. This was back in more than 2 years ago, August of 2020. Okay, so that's the approaching those highs for Neon, Neon. Hmm. CHGG, guys. Now, am I interested? Still not 100% convinced just because of that big topping tail that happened. You know, the buyers tried to get this back up here. The sellers did knock it down, but wish that weren't there. Meanwhile, Bed Bath and Beyond just made a new high, guys. BBBY made a new high. The weekly high is 587. That's right, 587 last week. Sure would be nice to know. Somebody said that they'll announce the pricing after hours today. So Blue's doing a financing, BLUE doing a financing, and we just don't know what the price is, but it's having a nice recovery from the lows of the pre-market. It's tacked on about $1. You can see where the next highs are for NRGV or 88, so it's very close to those highs. That's that red line you see on the chart. OTRK just opened. Well, I definitely was wrong about this one. OTRK. All right, let's see how that's affecting Bitcoin BITO. Not no reaction to that news. Okay, so wow, this one got up to $25 in the pre-market. $25. ACGN. Again, this is the former IDRA and changed symbols. They said that yesterday they were going to do this, and they did. CHGG is hmm, boy, IQ is just tanking. PSNY, what is this one doing? PSNY, another one that is moving down here. Polestar Automatic, Automotive. So ACGN just opened, guys, and opening big pop here. This could get halted again. Big pop. Spread's good, 1374. Yeah, that's why I thought. That's exactly what I thought. Shoot, I should have taken some. You saw when, if you were watching it, it's halted now. If you're watching it on time and sales, you would have seen that the bid ask was 1374, 1375, which is would be very strange for a stock that is just active. And so that was my clue that it was going to get halted. Yeah, I wouldn't think there would be shorts. Okay, guys, the CHGG is on the move now. I wouldn't think there'd be some shorts for ACGN. I guess unless anybody here was center point. All right, CHEG is actually moving down. Keep an eye on it now, guys. Well, if you're in it, 21 is your potential resistance area, CHGG. So, Chad, are there shorts available for ACGN at center point? Oh, yeah, people are putting that in. Well, Carvana, guys, Carvana just put on a big pop here. And again, the next high looking left is 844. Is that right? 844. Yeah, 844 is the next high looking left. So I'm saying it's got some work to do to get between this 8 and 844. Look at that daily chart. All sorts of action right around where it is. And again, what they did is they put in a poison pill, making it hard. Look at the SPY, guys, almost at that 400. It's just teasing us. This is, yeah, when it's going to explode on the open when it comes out of its halt, or 14, well, it looks like it anyway, 1440, 1449. So this is ACGN, it's halted at 1374. The projected open is around 1449. And this blue box you see here is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with trade ideas. It's time and sales. If you have IB, it's time and sales. Okay, kind of like I said yesterday with AMC. AMC seems to be lagging the memers, okay? I did have a pop up to 649, but it seems to be lagging them, especially Bed Bath and Beyond. So let's see what happens later on with AMC. And again, NRGV may not care what I think that, there's too much resistance around 5. Now, this one is shortable for me. Yeah, there's a lot of shares, 2 million shares at Interactive Brokers. So if I feel that it's going to get stuck right around 5, I may take a short on it. Okay, FULC, this is actually from the AI also. FULC, the next low, wow, got $1, guys. The next low looking left is 1184. FULC, any trading lower after the company announced the pricing of an upsized public offering of its common stock. So if they announce the pricing, what is it? $13 a share. So it's just a little bit below the that price. Okay. So that's why I'd be a little wary of it. It's sort of hanging around that the offering price of 13. Again, NRGV doesn't care what I think. This is going through 5 now. What's the high over here? The high over here is 508. So gaining on raising Q4 and FY22 revenue guidance. Okay. Again, if you're wondering what this is from Interactive Brokers. This is my headline news from Interactive Brokers. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. Yeah, the FULC. I wish wish their financing was a lot higher. So I have a question from our YouTube room. I don't share. What you'll see is what I'm sharing is the two races and my single stock window. Okay, so I can give you that. I mean, charts you can add yourself. Okay, but I can give you that if you go to my home page. This is somebody from our YouTube room. If you click on my home page link, having this little issue just because of the. Here we go. And if you scroll down until you see my scans, there's a scan section, click here, and they're the scans that I'm sharing. So the two races you see, charts, I mean, you can put your own charts in. And then the single stock window, I'm also sharing. In Brokerage Plus, you can load yourself also if you want it. I don't do this. I don't hand out a layout because not everybody wants everything. So I sort of do it like this so you can kind of pick and choose what might be interesting to you. There's the spy, guys. There's the spy. 400, briefly anyway. Does they see? Well, it's open now. Yes, it opened at yeah 33 seconds instead of 32. But yes. And what did it open at? I actually wish I'd seen this. I didn't realize it hit 25 in the pre-market. Would have been a little more interested. Maybe take just a few just to see if it could go on a crazy run, which it really has. I mean, from 10 to 15. What's the spread like? Yeah, I don't know if this has the spread been that bad all the time. 14.30, 14.99 right now. Basically makes it kind of untradeable unless you think it's going to go to 20. Then the spread doesn't matter. 14, yeah. So the spread is certainly fluctuating quite a bit. 14, 13.75, 13.75 now. This might get halted on the way down. Chugging down. CHGG, guys. So remember, there's your low over here, 2107, approaching it fast. So there's your analysis really of the FULC guys. I know it was an AI alert. Some of you may have the AI. Why I wouldn't take it because they did a financing at 13 and it was hanging around. If it had been well below that financing, which would mean that, sure, well, people don't like the fact they've done a financing at 13, more dilution, etc. But it was just hanging around the financing price. So to me, it just wasn't worth it. Well, guys, NRGV just absolutely exploding still. So 508 is the high. Looking left, 523. What do we have over here? Looks like 532 is the next high looking left. 532. And volume just picking up, guys. Volume just picking up. And all about raising guidance. See how well this holds 5. NRGV could form a base to lift off again. Take a look at VANI. Don't know that one at all. VANI. So, okay, so this is what I see, no volume. So when you say promising, I mean, yes, it's lifted from 90 cents or something to $1.22. The high yesterday was $1.31, but there's no volume. Okay, so I don't know. I really don't know what to say about it. There's just no volume. Oh no, is HKD doing its thing again? HKD. Yeah, there it goes, guys. HKD, and it's going to get, yeah, I'm sure it's going to get halted. What's the next high looking level? Highly, highly risky. Okay. It's not even that I mean, 23 million, it's not like an insanely low float, but this can go absolutely crazy. Next high, 1339. After that, 1545. This looks like it's halted, guys. Yeah, halted, guys, halted, halted. DWAC. Let's take a look at DWAC. If I could. Oh no, I am hung up, I think. Apologize, guys. I think let me just see if I can do an escape. All right, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do a end task. I guess I'm frozen right now. Not the end of the world. The only reason I don't like it is because now I'm going to lose that top 10 list. It'll start from scratch again. So just bear with me. I'm going to make sure nothing I can do. Again, not the end of the world. It's just that I lose that top 10 list. All right. The relative strength race scan. If you click on new, question from our YouTube room, how do I find the relative strength race scan? Well, we do have one here, but I can give, so if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, okay, and then if you click on uh, price and volume stock racing, one of the channels, it's called price and volume stock racing. Can you find that? Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay, just waiting for an answer, Drew. Can you hear me? Okay, so if you click on the price and volume stock racing channel, this is what you're going to see. And one of the races is relative volume. Okay, this one right here. And so that all you have to do then is you can either stay in the channel, or if you want this race part of your layout, you just right click and duplicate it into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of the layout. Okay, now it's just free floating. And now you can save this as part of your layout if you want. All that makes sense? Spin it, please. Okay, I am assuming killer thanks means you got it. Good stuff. All right, guys, so let me just do a quick look here. So the HKD is, did it take out that high? Yes, it did. So the next high looking left is 1545. Again, very, very, very whippy. So if you're gonna take this one, I would recommend don't take too many shares. You're gonna have probably a wide stop because it can really fluctuate. KHC, not an earnings play, but don't see a reason for this yet. I can't see any headline for KHC. That's a pretty big drop though. A billion in the float. It's dropped almost 4%. That's a pretty big drop, and it's been straight down. KHC. Now there could be some support. 4029 is the next low looking left, so that could be a bit of and there's another low here of 4032, so that could be a support area. Another low at 4041. So between 4030 and 4040, there could be some support for KHC. Well, this one's just getting uglier and uglier. BTB. It's a choppy day. Yeah, there's no question. Midian in our YouTube room. I mean, look at the SPY. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. It's just a very, very, very choppy day. I mean, there's the NRGV popping again. It did drop down below 5 and then popped right back up. You know, it's amazing how strong this NRGV is just because of that news, basically raising guidance, etc. Give me a moment, I'll be right back. Now, the other thing about the FULC, I mean, the longer it holds this financing price at 13, it could actually pop off it. I mean, the next high looking left is what, 1425. So it's very possible that this could actually pop off it. Ooh, look at you. I don't think this is an earnings play. I don't know what's going on with you, YOU. Big drop that first at 10 o'clock candle. Next low looking left, it still has a little bit of room. The next low looking left is 27.54, so about $1 to the next low. Fortunately, we're sort of chasing it now. There's the VWAP. The VWAP is at Give me a moment, please. Peter, just look at the SPY. You know, I mean, just look at the SPY. Look at the bottoming. The question is, how can we, on our own, determine when the market is choppy versus stable? I mean, stable is, but just look at the SPY. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails, topping tails, bottoming tails on a 15-minute chart. So that in itself can tell you that the market is chopping around. So you should have a SPY chart up and running, in my opinion, and then that'll tell you, when the market is in a bit of a choppy day. That's all I'm doing. I'm not looking at anything else. I'm not, reading some report that's telling me that. It's just a matter of just looking at a SPY chart. Son of a, I was going to take this short. Yeah, lots of shorts available for YOU. All right, take a look at Fold here, FOLD, Amicus. I want to see where the next highs are on the weekly chart. Don't see anything. This has got some room. I think this has got some room. I mean, I'm going to go back here a couple of years ago for the highs. Of course, Peter, doesn't mean that every single stock is choppy, but I mean, the market is just uncertain. Oh, so you did hear her. You actually did hear my dog. STEM on a 11 break. Let's take a look at STEM. Jamie in our YouTube room mentioning STEM. Yeah, so the 200-day is 1095. The VWAP's at 1079. So obviously two important levels. And the next high looking left is 1149. So yeah, it would have some room, I guess. But if it got up to 1149 is the next high looking left. PBLA. Yeah, that's from here to 4, there's issues, but boy, if it ever got through 4, the next high is 508. Anything happening with this? Another crazy low float, 754,000 in the float. No real news. There's a 8K they filed on the 16th. About my scanner, have I put volume in the filter? Which scanner, Melrose? I mean, virtually every one of my scanners has a volume component. You're talking about minimum volume traded? Number of shares traded? Is that what you mean? Well, I guess the one today definitely was NRGV. I just got thinking that it had too much resistance. So Melrose, can you hear me? SI below 13 now. SI below 13. 1272 is the next low, I think. Next low looking left. Biggest gainer from the open. Yeah, there's a volume component. I think I've got 100,000 minimum or 200,000. 200,000. Virtually every scan I have will have some volume component. Does that answer your question, Melrose? Look how I mean, whippy guys. I mean, NRGV. I mean, look what it's done now. It gets up to what 543 and right back down. You get anytime you start seeing, wow, look at the SPY now though. Wow, something's hitting it. Something's hitting it. That's a big giant red bar wiping everything out now. Now we might not be as choppy. We might be straight down for a while. CWH guys, CWH on the way down. Where is the next low? 2436, got a little bit of room to the next low. CWH moving with the market, looks like. Not an earnings play. No specific news about it. Just checking to see if there's any, just kind of moving with the market, I guess. Just a giant red candle, guys. Okay, you may want to take a look at OTRK again, OTRK again. Kind of fell back from, it's a big drop percentage wise, 140. But let's take a look at the VWAP. If it gets over the VWAP, like 111, so it's just a little bit above the VWAP, it may go on another run again. Boy, something put a charge into this market. RBLX guys from yesterday, RBLX from yesterday, with the market sinking here. Below the low of yesterday, I believe the low of yesterday was 36.01, so it's just a little bit below the yesterday. Had some metrics that they released yesterday. They don't release their earnings until February, but they're kind of preconditioning and saying things are looking pretty rosy. However, giving it up a little bit here, below yesterday's low, and moving with this market. This is really interesting to me, guys. This longer holds under 36 because then the next low looking left is 259. So there's lots of room underneath, about $3 underneath this one if it wants to keep going down. Longer it holds under 36, taking that low yesterday, and also the 200-day moving average below the 200-day moving average. Juicy, juicy one, guys. RBLX, longer it holds under 36. Yeah, I'm looking at this RBLX right on my screen here. Again, it's just a little bit below the low of yesterday. All right, guys, I'm short this RBLX. Trying to get in at 89. It gets anywhere close to 36, I'm out. What I don't want to see is this green bar. That's what I don't want to see because it's been kind of trading with the market. Just watching it, guys. Watching. Yeah, it looks like it wants to get back up to 36. This, little green bar may have. Okay, I'm out. I'll look at it again. If it drops under 36, I mean, there's a big topping tail, so that might help. Just going to give this RBLX one more look if it gets underneath 36, as long as the market doesn't put in a big green bar. It's right at yesterday's low. 36.01. Let's see if it takes it out again. All right. Well, it looks like it wants to actually bounce now. Peter, no, there's no point looking at a 10Q or I know you asked that question about filings. If you're day trading, financials mean nothing, in my opinion. I mean, mean nothing. I mean, we're some of the stuff that we see from my scanners anywhere. These are things that you'd never buy. Okay, if you're looking at their filings, but for whatever reason they're having a day, traders are getting into it for whatever reason. So no, if I were swing trading, maybe I would be starting to look at financials a little bit more, but certainly not intraday trading. Never. If you were going to spend the time, look, you'd never trade anything intraday. Because if you're going to have to go look at a 10Q or the filings, you'd never trade anything. Well, that downgrade by Needham sure hurt CHGG. I don't see any other news on it. Amazon, I'm still waiting for you to get over 100. AMZN. We got that bug back that if you type in a wrong symbol and then try to, no, no, okay. Close. What did it get to this morning? Got up to 99.32. Man, oh man, I missed you. I missed you. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about my homepage. That promo is still on. I'm not going to tell them. I think it's supposed to disappear today, but I'm not going to tell them. All right, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Not quite that. Scroll up to the top. This is what you're going to see. So here is that King 25 is still valid for 25% off the first month only or the entire year of trade ideas. This is how much trade ideas will cost. We have an annual monthly premium standard. Premium is 2,000 on an annual basis. The standard is 1,000. You can of course take off the 25%. You don't have to go to an annual. You can start off with a monthly. Make sure you want the program. 118. In fact, you don't ever have to take out an annual. I mean, the obvious benefit of taking out an annual, if you can afford the upfront, is that your per monthly cost is lower. So standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 25% for the first month only. All right. And if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward, 118, 228. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Not having a great day today. The only one is that FULC, but I don't like it because of that financing at 13. But anyway, ooh, there it is, right back down again, RBLX. Okay, let's see now. Now, if you do take out a subscription, please do this first. So let's get started. Okay, let's get started. And it'll be 10 videos, short videos, take you about 30 minutes to download and install, first startup and login, toolbar, right click magic, etc. So you please do that before you do anything else. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. Of course, that's free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. That is free also. Somebody said it triggered. TGB is the trade of the week. I think the trigger was 185. So I guess it has triggered. Hasn't moved much, but it has triggered. Education now. Let's see if they fixed it. No. So that has to get fixed. Yeah, I had somebody do some work on this and they misinterpreted what I wanted. So give me a moment. Okay, so forego that. So here are my scans, guys. Here are the scans that I'm sharing. We've got the races, the two races that you see. Okay, we've got the breakouts. I like this. If you're looking for short ops, I like this upside movers versus downside movers. This is what it looks like. Okay, that's what it looks like. This is where I was finding you. This is where I saw the CWH earlier. Remember I was talking about the CWH? I really like this. This is the compare count. I almost feel like I should leave this here. But anyway, it's something that I'm sharing, so you can have it. It's called the upside movers versus downside movers. Basically, you take two alert windows with, we'll call them competing strategies. You know, it's things that are moving up versus things that are moving down with essentially the same filters in place. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, I would appreciate it if you use my homepage link, and then click on the Get Trade Ideas, use the promo code that's valid, which today is still King 25. This is a free room. The room will get credit for that subscription, and I also personally get credit. The other reason to save my link is that you can always have access to the scans that I'm sharing. I do change them up from time to time. And once we get that education section linked back, it's a great section because I think what I've taken is most of the stuff that you would want to see in our website, try to put it into basically one click. Boy, this market is really, remember that was a little green bar at one point, that last 15-minute candle, but not now. What link are you talking about, AP? Which link are you actually talking about when you say, can I share that link? It's not, you're talking about my homepage link? Yeah, so what link are you actually talking about? Now, when you say you signed up, but I didn't receive an email, what email are you expecting to receive? Okay, so you'll never get that on an email, okay? This is just, my stuff. But here is there's the link. Can you see Mary's homepage? Just click on the link and there they are. All I have to do is scroll down, scroll down. So you'll see this at the beginning and just scroll down till you see the scan section and click on the scan section. Here they are. Okay, makes sense? When did PBLA do a reverse split? How long ago was that? I don't see it here. I'm just looking to see where they did when they did their reverse split. I know they had the notice of delisting or failure back here, but that was that was January 6th. That was this year. 2 days ago. Really, 2 days ago. Shoot. Hey, I don't have it. I actually created a little recent reverse split symbol list. Must have missed that one. Wow, CHGG, that was the one, guys. I did get it, but I did not hold on long enough. CHGG, boy, that Needham just slammed them. What's the next low looking left? That's at 2107. So it is below that 2107 that I thought might stop it from going down more. Not even close. This is what I'm talking about, guys. There it is, CHGG. Now, that alert would have happened earlier. I can't remember what time it actually happened, but remember I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. So I'm not seeing the earliest alert for this one, for CHGG, and neither the BTB. We don't have to pay 2,000 a year for it, Melrose. Well, okay, this is what I'm displaying, but you can create all your own scanners. Okay, I mean, everything is customizable. You can create your own scanners. CHGG is not on here because these are stocks moving higher. Okay, so that's why CHGG is not on here. These are stocks that are moving higher, gainers. Okay, gainers. So there is a reverse of this that would show losers because losers from the open, as an example. But this is where I found CHGG. This is on the movers upside versus movers downside. All sorts of different scanners. You can customize the scanner that you want. Does that make sense? And we've got a lot of alerts and filters that you can create your own scanners. I'm just demonstrating a couple that usually of our interest that are of interest. And you don't have to you don't have to have our premium service. Why am I showing it? Because over the course of the day, I'll demonstrate taking. I will show how you can take simulated trades. Well, that's why we've got a lot of scans that we have already created for you, Melrose. Okay, in this. Listen, there's always a learning curve to any software program, but I mean, if I click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels as an example. So here's, for instance, a momentum channel. Okay. So we've created a lot of scanners already for you. It depends on your style of trading. I mean, I have no idea if you're a new trader but we've got a lot of channels, I say theme-based channels. So here's a momentum scanner right here. You can see right here, there's REKR moving higher. So when you get used to using trade ideas, I mean, this is an example of a momentum scanner. So if I right click and configure and then summary, this is what it's looking for. Stocks between $1 and $50. Current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Volume is at least 100,000 shares. And these two are the key ones. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. So typically when you get an alert and then if these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. This is just an example of a scan that you can put together. Okay, that well, we've put together for you. But for instance, you might look at this and go, wow, that's a great idea, but I don't like the price range. So yeah, I mean, you can go in and you can change the price range. Make it 10 and 100. Click on the summary and now it's changed to 10 and 100. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. You just click on it and make a change. Make it 200K. There is a learning curve, but that's why, the getting started goes over a lot of this. So now it's 200,000 shares. So then so you can either take the scans that we've created for you and use them, or you can adjust them a little bit. Okay. And then you've kind of, and then at that point, you've adjusted it to your style of trading as an example. Iris, that it's on my homepage. It's exactly the same as on my homepage. And but you must know how to do this, don't you? You can go to the momentum channel and just take this out. Go to the momentum channel and here it is. And you right click, duplicate into the free floating window, and then it's outside the layout. Now you can do whatever you want with it. But also on my homepage, I've got that scanner. So again, if you click on my homepage link and then click on my scans that I'm sharing, here it is, Momo. Okay. And it's not that I don't want to give you the link, but you know, I think it's always better once you learn, learning how to do it yourself rather than having to rely on somebody else. So this scam you see here, Melrose, and others, this is what we call stock racing. So basically, what it does is, so if a stock is between $1 and $50 and a minimum of 200,000 shares have traded and it's up at least 2% from the previous close, that's why CHEG will never show up here because it's down from the close. But anyway, if all these filter values are met, okay, all these filter values are met, then what we do is we can run what we call racing. And so I run 4-minute races, okay? And it's just something I've decided that that's the time frame that I like. Of course, it's all customizable. You want to win 1-minute races, 2, 5, 10, 6, 60 minutes, whatever you want. But I'm running 4-minute races. So what does that mean though? So there's the countdown. We're at 2:42. Okay, so we're about a minute and a half into this race. What happens is if a stock meets all those filter requirements, it'll show me the stock that has moved the most since the race started. So ATLX has moved 4.69% since the race started. Okay. That's why you're seeing it right at the top. And now it doesn't mean that it's going to win the race. Some other stock could come out of nowhere, but it's just like any other race in the world. It's we have a starting position. Everybody starts out the same, and you can see what happens. There's a jockeying for position as the race continues. At the end of the race, there is a winner declared. And what's great about it is that it automatically creates a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, unfortunately, I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. So, by now we'd have a top 10. We'd have top 10 right now. But because I had to do a reboot and I started, I can't remember what time, but I start my races at 9:30 when the market opens. And so the stock that's in the number one position would be the stock that has won the most races over the course of the day. Okay, so that's why we see PBLA at 3 right here, because again, this is a little bit skewed because I had to do a restart. But what's nice about it, it gives you just some stocks to look at all day long rather than jumping around, creating all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows, clicking like mad, and not really getting anything done. So, especially if you're new to trading, I think this is a great way to start. And these two races are similar. The big difference is that here I also added a market cap, a minimum market cap of 500 million, and also a minimum float of 50 million. Consequently, here you typically will not see huge percentage moves. This is exciting, but with excitement comes peril. Okay, as quickly as things go up, they can come down. This is a little more, if I were new to trading, I'd probably concentrate on this a little bit more because it's not as volatile. Okay, but you can create a race based on anything. I'm just showing you these two. When I say anything, you can have your own price range, all the different filters that we've got. You can actually create races based on the stocks that you like to follow. You might have a basket of 20 or 30 stocks maybe that you like to follow every day, and you can create a race just based on that. But it's a great visual of so you don't have to worry about ever missing anything. For instance, if I open that top list window again, and I've ranked them on the ones that are up the most from the open. So there's ATLX at 35%, OTRK 17%, etc. But what if Right down here, FRGE is 4.8%, is 4.7% from the open. But what if all of a sudden some news hit for FRG and it started, or for whatever reason, traders decided they wanted it right now? Okay, and it goes from 4.7 to 5 to 6 to 10%. You'd never be able to see that, if you're concentrating on all these top ones. So that's what the beauty of the race is. It doesn't care from where it starts. Okay, everybody starts off equal footing. Whatever moves the most, you will see, and it'll start floating right to the top. I mean, it's very customizable. I mean, the program is very customizable, but what we try to do, I mean, I realize people, when you start out, everybody's very eager to get going. And, I'm not just talking to you, but people are just very eager to get going. I mean, they don't want to read instructions. They don't want to read anything. They just want to start trading now. So that's why we've created, I'm creating some of my scans and that I'm sharing, and all the scans that are in the channels, the theme-based channels, so that there are some pre-scans that you can use right out of the box. And of course, you can adjust them a little bit if you want. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man! I should be in this again. This CHGG. What a great short. So CHGG actually also, to further answer your question, this came on my daily breakdown. Okay. Now the alert actually happened earlier than 10:36. That's Eastern time. And as I've said, I had to do a reboot of trade ideas, so it's not showing me the actual. In fact, if I do a history, I'll see exactly where it happened. Yeah. So the first alert was at 9:43, and the price was 21.81. That's the first alert for CHGG. So about $1.50 from that, and that was, a suggestion to short the stock. And again, this is just showing up over and over and over again. And one of the things I like to do is this DR. What that stands for is don't repeat. So again, it's unfortunate I had to do the reboot, but what this is all about is that this tells me the first time I had the alert. Again, remember, it was really at 9:43. So this tells me the first time I had the alert, and this is every time it makes a new low, I will see it. Okay. So the first time I had an alert for NRGV, again, this again skewed. It was a lot earlier than that, but this will tell me every time it made a new high. And why I do that is that, okay, great. How well did it perform after the first alert? That's the whole idea that don't repeat. So I'm only going to see the alert, this symbol in this box, the very first time it met all the filter values. So I can kind of say, okay, what happened since then? This one is just sort of nagging at me. Hey, I'm making another new low, another new low, another new low. Why is CWH down? Let's see, is there any news on that one? I know that came on the, it's not an earnings play. Yeah, I don't have any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. Well, Dak, your OTRK doesn't look too bad. I don't think you've been stopped out. It's possible there was an analyst downgrading of it, I guess. I didn't see that, Gary, but it's possible there was, I put in the, I did put in the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Well, let me just take a quick look, see if there was a downgrade for CWH. I don't see one, but again, that's not necessarily a full list. Meanwhile, this market is just really, really, we are now have a direction. It may not be the one you want, but this is not a choppy market right now. This is straight down. Boy, this chart looks like it's going to take out 20. Good to see where the next support could be on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it looks like 20. There's some action around 20 on the weekly chart. Could be. Well, guess what, guys? The next time Needham has a recommendation, either on the long side or the short side, you'll pay a lot more attention. Yeah, I mean they didn't put a price target on it, but it didn't really matter. I mean, just putting that downgrade. I have to try this Chat GPT. Some of the guys at Trade Ideas are some of the programmers just for fun, putting in what they want, and it's amazing what it spits out. Not the programmers. Michael Noss did it. He's not a programmer, but he exactly. But it's amazing what it spits out. Hey, one of you guys mentioned Mara earlier. Yeah, look at Mara. Now, when I looked at Bitcoin last, I didn't see that it had really moved. BITO, one of the ETFs. I didn't really see that it had moved. Okay, now so somebody put a headline in about your government is going to take a hard look at some aspect of crypto. What was that headline again? But when you whoever posted the headline, it hadn't really moved. But look at this. Since then, it has really moved. Yeah, all these crypto plays coming through. Yeah, no kidding. Again, I was looking to short this one a little earlier. I think on that 13 break. Yeah, congrats on the OTRK, guys. A little pullback to the when it broke through the VWAP and it kind of held. Yeah, this has been definitely a star today. A little bit choppy, no question, a little bit choppy, but definitely a star now. 16.6 million in the float. 786 times normal volume. Look at that, 96 million. So it has traded the float to what, about almost 6 times. And it was halted. Yes, OTRK was halted. So there it is, 146. You don't see the symbol here, but it is OTRK. So potential open, I'm sure it'll be different from this, but again, guys, this is from Interactive Brokers, nothing to do with Trade Ideas, okay? This blue box you see, it's called Time and Sales from Interactive Brokers. Your broker, if you don't have IB, must have something similar. Guys, the guide is now back. I had Rudy, one of the guys at Trade Ideas who actually looks after my homepage. So let me just show you what I'm talking about. Let me get the question in our YouTube room. What time does the pre-market filter start working? We start getting our data at 4 Eastern time. Okay, 4 in the morning Eastern time. We go 4 to 8 p.m. Evening. So you start getting data at 4 in the morning Eastern time. So now if you click on my homepage link, this is what I was trying to show you earlier. So this is a trading 101. This is the one that Michael Noss did with his wife. That I think is really good if you're new to trading, okay? Really good. So we got that added. And then this is the education section. And they added a little more depth to it, I guess. Okay, so that's the education section right there. And I say most of the stuff that you probably want to see from our homepage, I've tried to put in here. I can't tell you. I can't remember, Sunil, when this came out. When we started getting pre-market data. I used to be at 7 Eastern, and now, yeah, it's 4. I can't tell you exactly when that happened. Could be a year ago, could have been a year and a half ago, but I really can't remember. Oh, I see. Okay. And I'm talking to someone in our YouTube room. Wow, this OT. I mean, this really has surprised me. I have to admit, based on what happened at the 9:30 candle. I thought that was all it was going to be. Once it broke down under $1 again, it got down to 93 cents. But this came from 57 cents yesterday, so this is up 176%, up $1. Wow. Now, and I mean, it's a low float. 16 million is certainly low. Let me do a quick look. I want to just do a quick check to see what other sites have for that float. Yeah, it's about the same, around the 17 million mark. So the float information is definitely correct. So yeah, I mean, this is the only way, a stock can be up 162% with a float like that. Again, remember, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded. It's just, think of it as the supply of stock. That's a supply. And so when you have low supply, like a low float, and you have high demand, look at that demand, 100 million shares have traded, had some news. So they got people all excited to buy it. So high demand, low supply, what happens? Price goes up. Any other commodity on earth. The issue, though, of course, is once that demand stops, stock can sink so quickly. So that's why you can never, ever, ever wander away from your computer if you're in a low float stock and expect, I'll go downstairs for 5 minutes, or go walk the dog, come back. Don't do it. Okay. Oh, you boy, oh boy. Well, let's see now. Because I was looking at this earlier and I said, okay, the 200-day is far enough away. Now we're getting close, but $1 away from that 200-day moving average. Had a day like this for a while, guys. This has now been straight down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, 4 anyway, an hour straight down. This candle, this 15-minute candle, we're 2 minutes into it. All right, 11:32. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over and takes over our YouTube room. And it should be Jamie today. Let me just confirm that. Before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in to our Discord and Pro Rooms so that you can head over there and listen to Jamie if you'd like. Boy, this is just straight selling. So you want stocks that are running counter to the market? Right here, guys. I mean, these are still stocks that are up at least 2%. Okay, doesn't mean they're up a huge amount, but they're up at least 2%. So they could be doing this though. All right. I mean, GH is following the market, but it is still up for the day. So that's why something like this is kind of interesting because if I saw something green, it would not be doing this. Okay. It would, because for something to appear here, with other filters in place, but it has to either be making a new low or a new high. So anything in red is making a new low. So if I all of a sudden saw, and this is a crawl, so if I saw a green symbol here, I would immediately click on it, watching what the market's doing, because that stock would be obviously running counter to the market. The issue right now is, of course, not getting any. And again, all this is doing, this is just comparing two. If I click on configure, green data, red data. Okay, now you don't have to know how to configure this. I mean, I share this, but just want to show you the concept. So if a stock makes a new high, and this actually works in the pre-market and also post-market, 50 cents and 30, this is my price range, etc. Okay. So what can be flipped will be flipped. And what do I mean by that? Well, you can't flip a price range. You can't flip volume, but you can flip something that says the price was up at least 2% from the previous close. So I can flip that. It has to be down 2% from the previous close. And obviously I can flip these things. I want to see new lows, pre-market low, post-market lows. Okay. So with that in mind, when I click on the configure, you see how these are flipped. So basically taking two strategies with very similar filters and saying, okay, let's run them against each other and see what happens. Okay, and again, if you did see a green one, I'd be clicking on that one immediately just to see, well, what's going on with that one? Why is that running so counter to this market that has been almost straight down for an hour plus? It can run in the pre-market, Jamie. Yeah, very few come in the pre-market for me, but it can run in the pre-market. Yes, I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, I really just look at it in the, once the market starts at 9:30. But and I just have my confirmation that it'll be Jamie today in our YouTube room. Okay. All right. OTRK, I guess, was halted, and now it's just resumed. Now, is it going to pop? Meme stocks, beware, guys. There's shoot, it's not shortable now. AMC is not shortable for me right now. There were shorts available yesterday, but not today. The GME there are, but it's not as nice a pattern as, for me anyway, as AMC and Best Buy, Bed Bath and Beyond. Probably still has that big red dot. Yeah, not shortable at all. We won't let you short this one at Interactive Brokers. We just won't let it happen. Look at this market. Selling begat selling begat selling. To get biblical on you guys. I mean, that is just, haven't seen a day like this for a bit. Well, there were certainly, yeah. I mean, it's very cheap at Center Point. I'm just, they've all been snapped up at IB. It's that simple. Boy, almost can pick any stock right now. So look at RDN. RDN at the 200-day moving average, 2054. So it's right a little bit below the 200-day moving average. And I mean, if this market just keeps doing this, it's going to hold this up below the VWAP. 2089 is the VWAP. So it's below the VWAP, basically right at the 200-day. And this RDN, it's up for the day. One of the few stocks that are probably still up for the day, but so it's the Dow actually that actually had a couple of rough days now. The Nas was actually up yesterday, I think. Nas is down today, but the Dow was down yesterday. The Dow is now down again. So it's the so-called value stocks that are getting hit today again. Here's another one. Associated Bank, ASB, must be a regional bank, I guess. ASB. And let's take a look. 2197. So to me, it seems like 22 could hold it, so I won't be interested. Yeah, no SPY bounce at 11 o'clock today. Not even remotely a bounce. Maybe finally some of these Argentinian stocks are going to start giving it up. Argentinian stocks have been on a huge run. All right, guys, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Man, hope some of you took advantage of that AMC short. I mean, how long it's going to last, I don't know. But again, the traction always is looking left and seeing where the next low is. So 504 from yesterday, I guess. Let's see, ACI. Look at the Roblox. Yes, finally a little bit of a move down. RBLX. Yeah, I'm in that one again. The issue I have with it is just really not. I mean, I thought it would move a lot more with the market, but anyway, take a look at ACI. That's Albertsons. So ACI from Shady. Let's see. Okay, underneath the whole number, underneath the VWAP 2102. Really hasn't moved much with the market, has it though? I mean, the market is just, I mean, it really hasn't had a big move with the market. Interesting. So on the day, the low was 2082. Yeah, I guess I just don't see quite what you're seeing, Shady. To me, it looks like there could be some decent support around 2080 or so. Now, it depends what your stop is, I guess, and if you're just looking to get 10 cents or 20 cents out of it. But as always, good luck. FULC finally did go. Yes, the overall market conditions finally, really started to drop this one. What sort of a stop do you have on it then? Like a 2 cent stop or something? A 3 cent stop? Oh, I see. You literally have a 2 cent stop. Yeah. You're just a different trader from me. Which is okay, of course. OPI, guys, what is this one doing? This Properties Income Trust. Yeah, he's got a 2 cent stop on it. I mean, I don't think I've ever put a 2 cent stop on anything. But hey, listen, I mean, all sorts of different trading styles out there, guys. There's no right or wrong. OPI. Look left, the next low is 1713. Is that right? No, can't be. 1650. It's got some room. I'm sorry, 1689 is the next low looking left. Following the market, just absolutely following the market. Look at that. I mean, just look at those red candles. Look at these red candles. Now, will this turn a little bit green? I would say the market's not so choppy anymore. I would say that the market is just straight down now. I haven't seen too many. I mean, we've had a couple little topping tails, maybe bottoming tails, but I haven't seen, to me, a choppiness would be, some green interspersed. But I think the market's been straight down for an hour, almost an hour and a half now. All right, guys. Let's see. It's 11:53. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about probably 5 to 7 minutes to take over for me. Okay, now. So I did mention, so here's the only green stock I've seen is DBD. Now, would I take the trade? Well, let's take a look. Yeah, so the next high looking left is 244. To me, that's just too close. I mean, I know it's for if you said I could buy it at 230, it would get right up to 244 with a 2 cent stop, sure. But to me, it's just and with the market doing this, it's still tough to mentally commit to going long anything right now, for me anyway. But if it had more room, I would probably take a harder look at it. More room when I say that, more room looking left. Now, there's a little bit of a green bar forming now. Nope, that was a momentary green bar on the SPY. Well, this is an ugly candle for this MNMD. This is well, call it a cannabis play. It's not cannabis exactly, but call it a cannabis play. All right, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'm just going to wait for Jamie to show up. So just going to put my announcement in. All right, well, maybe this will be a green bar. Maybe the selling is over for a while. Time is it now? 11:57, so almost 11:58. So a couple of minutes for this bar to close. So maybe the selling is over for a while. Have to see what happens on this. This can remain green, and then can the next candle be green? There he is. Hi, Jamie.
Barry, can you hear me?
James, I can hear you loudly and clearly.
Very nice.
Very
Okay.
nice. Just give me
Um,
a moment as I mute the other two rooms. Okay, guys. So Jamie is in YouTube in our YouTube room now. I put the link in so you can head over there and listen to Jamie for an hour if you like. All right, James. So what's up with you today? Anything? Any little breakouts that you played on the before the market started to downturn at 10:45 or 10:30?
it wasn't exactly a breakout day today, for yours truly. Um, my eyes were fixed on that 200 day on the SPY.
Mm-hmm.
So I had my fun here, up here, getting short on VXRT.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of fun. I also had a lot of fun with this one. Not necessarily playing the breakouts, but getting short
Right.
pretty early and using after the first 10 minutes were up, using that as an exit, and that one paid pretty good too. I even had some fun with this little guy today as well, GSAT. That's one of my new favorite toys on the big, thick, liquid, smaller dollar stocks.
GSAT. Yes. Yeah. Look at that. Yeah. I forgot to keep looking at that. Yeah. No kidding. Look how liquid that thing is. 36,000 by
Yep.
71,000. I mean,
And it's
I'm
it
looking
in
here.
in the whole time after the downturn, it was good for a little scalping to the upside as it was resting on that 10 period for the
Mm-hmm.
daily as well. So those three guys kept me pretty busy. I was like, wow, these things are moving today.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so you know, first 2 hours, man, it went by in a heartbeat.
It did, and then all of a sudden, yeah, from what 10:30. Well, the first hour might have gone, but 10:30. All of a sudden, we had almost 2 hours straight of selling, or an hour and a half of selling.
Mm-hmm.
Now are we
Mm-hmm.
going to put in? We put in a green bar on the SPY at 11:45 to noon. Can we
Yep.
get another one? That's the thing, or is that just a momentary period of optimism for anybody who wants
A
to go long?
momentary lapse of, well,
Judgment.
reason
Yeah, right.
to get Pink
Anyway, my
Floydy on
friend,
you.
I'll let you go. Now, can you go to 1 o'clock or do you have to leave early?
Yeah, top of the hour is a-okay.
Okay, we'll see you in about an hour then.
Okay, see you in a bit. Bye bye. Okay, hello everyone. Hopefully everybody can see my screen clearly and hear me as well. Welcome to my desktop. I'll be your host for the next hour while Barry takes his break. And just keep in mind, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So if you do have any questions about TI in general, let me know. I'll do my best to get that question answered for you. And while I'm waiting for any questions to come or not come, feel free to tell me what you guys have been trading today, and or if you'd like me to take a look at any charts. Um, as you've heard other hosts say, not really planned content during this hour, just here to be of assistance and share anything with you that you're curious about. But yeah, it's been an interesting day for the downside movers. I forgot all about this little guy. It was pretty active yesterday, but as I was telling Barry, I had my hands full with the three that I showed earlier. Keep you pretty busy there. But boy, I really didn't expect the SPY. I thought we'd kind of hold the line there on the 200 day, but sure is getting a little bleedy. If we keep on going today, which I don't know. This kind of caught me off guard to begin with, but if the selling continues, and it might, we just don't know yet. Well, these are the levels that I would be paying attention to right here. 393 potentially on the table, maybe even a little bit more, which isn't that dramatic. We'd just be cycling down into the bottom of this new channel up here. But volatility is what we crave as traders, so good action today. Crypto. Let's see. I have not checked on the coin today. I know that it was getting pretty tight up there as well. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, we did pop. Let's see here. Yeah, we did get a little pop, but now we're getting a little drop um, on the Big Daddy, the spy of the coin world or crypto world. We've been consolidating up here ever since the last run. These are 4-hour candles here. And we did pop that new high in the past 4-hour candle. Let's see, that was, yeah, that was the 6 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and this is the 10 o'clock central begin time. All right, so this candle just started about an hour and 4 minutes ago. The yellow line that you see here is the 20 period EMA, which has been a pretty good guiding hand on many time frames for Bitcoin for a while now. So, definitely bearish if we close below 20 period EMA on the 4-hour. Let's see how it looks on the 1-hour. Yep, well below it. One of my more favorite time frames to look at Bitcoin is the 4-hour. So unfortunately, right now within Trade Ideas, we don't have any crypto alerts, filters. It's not applicable to our suite of windows. But as you've probably heard Barry talking a lot about here lately, we're putting the finishing touches on our AWS migration. And once that is done, we will be adding crypto to the mix. So it is coming. AWS was a major hurdle. As I said, we're putting the finishing touches on that. And once we get everything nice and tightened up, then we will begin implementing crypto, which of course requires the 24-hour market. And some other bells and whistles coming down the pipe pretty soon as far as crypto goes. So yeah, the pullback was inevitable. To think that we would have chopped around here and then popped and set, even more highs. We had this little smiley face pattern. I think this caught a lot of people off guard. But I was always under the assumption that while we were down here in this channel after the big sell-off, this was the FTX Sam Bankman digestion channel. And what this tells me is that, of course, this is just my hypothesis, but this is absorbing all of the malarkey from the FTX debacle. And we're almost right back up here to these levels before the collapse of FTX. So we will see what happens. To be continued. All right, in the meantime, let's just check out the top 10 winners on the positive change from open. Of course, notice this pattern that we're seeing here. Man, this is, whether it was the stocks that I traded today, Playboy bucking the trend, put these first couple, YPF, run up, down. Looks just like the ones I looked at earlier, AMC, Playboy bucking the trend, Blue kind of holding its own, ASTL, Ader, following the market. So it looks like, some of these guys are strong. Neon, definitely strong. But that's what the races are for, showing us those stocks that are strong to the upside typically, even in the face of a red market. Fold, SEV. So just in the ones that I looked at here, looks like about half of the top 10 winners here are bucking the trend. Let's check out the Dawn of the Dead. Ooh, definitely nice on ORTK. And notice the name here. If you're not familiar with Dawn of the Dead, that is a top list that Mr. Andy Lindelof created quite a while ago, looking for stocks that have been beaten down over the long term. They're just starting to come to life. OTRK certainly fits that description. REKR, little downturn, but up nicely on the day to the tune of almost 10% if we look over here at the single stock window. AQMS also bucking the trend, and positive change from open, always some good plays there. But when you see the ones like Dawn of the Dead being produced that are bucking the trend or that are starting to come out of their downtrend and going up against this market as well. Let's see, OTRK positive, Wrecker positive, AQMS positive, RGTI down 1.4, tried a little bit here, but bang, right into that 50 period moving average, coinciding with what we see right back here. So kind of a double whammy, putting the brakes on RGTI with the 50 period and a level that's apparently acting as supply there. iSun up nicely, 6.78% in this market. MAPS up almost 7%. CTXR up 7%. Of course, that has to be we got a little bit of gap in there. Vera holding up nicely. So notice the majority of these Dawn of the Dead are still up, even in the face of this market. Frequency up a smidge, and HYZN up a little over 2%. So that stands out to me. 8 out of 10 here is still nice and positive versus the straight up positive change from open. Notice KWeb, all the Chinese, the Chinese ETF, and of course, who's in there? Lufax Holdings. Really nice little breakdown area from 268 here. 268 down to 255, 13 cents on a $2 stock is not too shabby. Not a whole lot of pain there from the break point. What about ZH? Did it follow suit? Yep, there's ZH. I like Lu, I like ZH because they're liquid. Of course, you got the Chinese auto electric vehicles. This little guy's a little bit more volatile than LU and ZH, but can post some big moves. Speaking of other electric vehicle manufacturers, of course, NIO exhibiting the same action. Some nasty bounces in this one. But not a bad little run here from the top, 1164, down to about 1130 or so. IQ was in play yesterday, that little guy. Let's see. Check out yesterday's action from this one. Pretty much 608 down to 560 on a gap down. I forgot why it gapped down. There was some type of news. ADS offering, yeah. So another Chinese stock. Usually, this is not really the ones I play, but some nice pre-market action on this guy today. A lot of the times, if you can find these guys And let's see here. That was the opening candle there. Took a nice run up. But as soon as we broke these levels here, it was really off to the races to the downside. I don't often trade in the first 5 minutes, 10 minutes, unless I see something like this where I can use that pre-market range as a nice backstop in case I'm wrong. Those are some of the ones that you can get the big moves off the open and not risk an exorbitant amount. Any updates on the stopwatch trades? Well, Hans, I guess you're referring to my stopwatch over here. Um, yeah, on the scalping topic, that's what I've been using this for. Um, things are going along just like they have been over the past couple of months. So uh, to elaborate on that point a little bit, um, the markets have changed with the advent of a zero commission environment. So, you know, I'm speaking from a, let's just say, an old dog's perspective, right? Um, once zero com came into the equation, of course, we all know Robinhood started pretty much the whole trend, right? But that was an app that you use on your phone. I'm not a very proficient trader trying to scalp on my phone. I don't really know maybe a whole lot of people who are. Who knows? Maybe some millennials are proficient at it. It's just not my bag. I need a full-fledged execution platform to be comfortable. So, long story short, let's regress back to the olden times where I met a lot of the people here at Trade Ideas, like Dan, the CEO and founder, Andy, Steve, Brad Williams. We all started back in the 90s using the SOS system, and that was a really great time, right? Order books were the closest that they've ever been to fair and equitable and transparent. And of course, just like any good thing, it didn't last a long time. We got a good 5, 6 year run out of it. But eventually they did away with that system, therefore taking our edge or our advantage away. But one thing I will say about that period of time is that I never really had a problem being green or up against the markets. Okay. Back then, the big hurdle was commissions, right? You could be up 3 grand by the end of the day and owe 3,500 in commission if you traded a whole lot, right? So you might have been up, but you're still down after you paid the house what you owe them. So with the advent of zero commission in larger firms, I mean, everybody's embraced it now. Schwab, Ameritrade, of course, Schwab now owns Ameritrade, um, E-Trade, a handful of other, there's a handful of other sub-tier platforms out there that are, zero com is the name of the game these days. So kind of boils back down to, well, if there's no commission, all you really have to do is be up against the market, right? And if everybody's a little bit different and, you find your style, right? Um, whereas in the past, someone who's trying to scalp or intraday trade, the odds are pretty slim that you're going to do it consistently, right? Well, nowadays with zero commission, it's still not easy, but your chances of success have went up significantly, right? So that's what I'm using the stopwatch for. What I've noticed trading a lot of these higher liquidity stocks, with penny spreads, still ain't easy, right? But depending on what's happening with the stock, let's say there really is a lot of selling in that stock today because bad news, maybe it's a downgrade, maybe it's earnings miss. Well, that stock's going to be run a lot differently than a stock that has no news, uh, no earnings, right? That's just trading quote unquote normal type of activity. Um, the action is going to be a little bit different. Now, when I say action, I could mean, well, there's a different type of algorithm in there doing its thing. Because in the olden times, it used to be actual market makers. You could see Goldman Sachs on the bid, You could see Lehman, you could see Herzog, you could even see Mad F, which was Bernie Madoff's firm back in the old days. Well, you can't see those guys anymore. It's all just ECNs, right? But you can detect patterns of selling, patterns of buying. These are algorithms that are assigned that pop in from time to time. And what I've noticed is that when one of these algorithms is active, let's say it's a selling algorithm, they'll jump in there and that algorithm might go for 15 minutes and then let up, right? Because just think about it from this perspective. If you're an institution and you've got a lot of shares to get out of, right? Um, well, an institution is kind of a nebulous term. You can't just sell it all at once. You're going to have to what they call chop it up, slice and dice it, spitting out a few shares here and there. Um, so that's why I've got the stopwatch up here, because when I see one of those algorithms doing its thing, I time it, right? To give me an idea. And of course, it's not an exact science, right? This is all still very exploratory for me, but that's why I have the stopwatch up so that I can try to time certain buying and selling patterns, which we could describe as algorithms. So, Hans, I went a little long-winded on that description, but hopefully it makes sense to you. All right, so since the questions panel is a little dry, all of you listeners out there right now, are you swing traders, intraday traders? Do you do a little bit of both? One, not the other? No problem, Hans. Vera, what was that last high? About 8 minutes ago. Really nice rel volume. Oops, wrong field. Really nice rel volume here, but kind of taking a break right now. And once again, not the best illustration of a pre-market break. Got a little frisky in the late pre-market area. What do we open at there? 765 open significantly below it, but as soon as we blasted through that little high of the pre-market there, that's when liftoff occurred. Neon, once again, hitting highs from change from the open. That's right, Peter. Every day's a learning experience. And what a sweet little breakout on the daily there. What day was that? That was back on the 10th. So a nice little breakout and continuation from Neonode. Of course, check out the float. Not even 10 million shares in there. That's definitely what we would consider a low float stock. Typically around these parts, anything 20 million or less, we're all going to call low float. And when the volume comes into a low float stock, this is what you get. Now notice the short float is only at 2% here. But once you see these short floats on low float stocks creep up into the 15, 20, 25% range or higher, not only when the volume comes in on the low floaters do you get nice action, but then if you get the short covers coming in too, adding additional buying, you can really get some good squeeze action out. Speaking of, BKKT had its day in the sun. I think this was that Friday? I want to say it was. I can't remember now. It was Thursday of last week. BKKT is one of the, crypto related payment processors that I've had my eye on for quite some time. I actually own some, uh, fortunately not too much, over at Robinhood, um, and was down in it for quite some time, but was just telling myself, okay, let's wait, wait, wait. Tacked on, unfortunately, not near enough around the $1.30 area, and was able to get my average cost down. But unfortunately, BKKT has peeled off quite a bit since that time. I think I'm barely back to break even now, on that little lot I'm holding over there. But that's better than where I was. Was hoping for a little bit more of a sustained push, but we'll see. We'll see. One big day and giving it back over 3 days. We'll see what happens when we get back to the 10 period here. Now, if you notice the short float here, and I'm assuming that was a bit higher before the big push of yesterday. I mean, just blasting through the 50, blasting through the 200. Knew it was going to slow down, just didn't know it was going to slow down that much. So also got the 10 and the 50 crossing here. So it's going to be interesting once we do touch that point. All right, Peter, I see your question on the weekly moving averages. Well, I mean, to each his own, right? They're still applicable. It's just how far out do you want to touch? Do you want to stretch your time frame, right? And what I mean by that is if you're trading intraday, yeah, you might notice some moving average is coinciding uh, on the weekly, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to hold for the intraday, right? Now, if something's really like, for example, if I stretch this out a little bit, if we come down here on the weekly and just snuggle up against the 10 period there, and I'm seeing, a bottom on the intraday as it butts up against this 10 period, well, that might, you know, zooming out might give me a little bit better of an idea as to, okay, it's really going to have to plow through this area to get me out, even if it's call it an intraday trade, or maybe you decide to rest on it for a swing trade, right? But as far as using the weekly for intraday, possible, just not something that I typically do. I would be more inclined to consult the weekly for a swing trade, but let's do something here. Let's go GSAT. Okay. As I was explaining to Barry earlier, my eyes were fixed on the 10 period on the daily. Now I'm looking over here at the weekly and we're below the 10 period, right? So not a whole lot of help there. Matter of fact, the only correlation I see here from what I was trying to glean on the daily and what I'm seeing on the weekly is, we do have the wick on the prior week, and we're butting up against that candle body low right now. So this just kind of confirming what the 10 period's showing me here, right? A really nice action there on YPF later in the day. Anytime I see this though, that's a nice break, but in reality, it's hard to get short once you see this big energy expenditure. I mean, same thing for going long, but once you see a big downturn like this, and then we get this 5, 10, 15 period consolidation there, right? Well, then that makes it feasible again. Simply because if we mark the tops here on the little consolidation, 1241, call it, and 1230. Yeah, it did expend a little energy coming from 1285 down to 1243, 1230, right? That's a good 50-cent move on a $12 stock. So you might be thinking, well, I've missed it. But once you see a little period of sideways movement here for a good 20-minute period, getting short at 1231 and risking a dime, that's a good risk to reward ratio, right? So a dime risk in this little guy, even after a large energy expenditure, especially if we mark it from the top, of course the market is helping today, right? So risking a dime on that guy to, let's see here, we'll just call it a buck 70. So 1230 down to a buck 70, 60 cents. All right, that's a 6R trade. And of course, they don't always work. A lot of the times you'll lose that dime. But on a day like today where the market is helping, volume is good, and YPF, you can get these secondary or second leg moves for some pretty good change. And in case anybody's wondering, these are my turbo breaks up and down. I'm just looking at much more liquid stocks these days. So I'm saying over the past 5 days, don't really want to see anything unless it's done at least 1 million shares a day on average over the past 5 days. Got to have that relative volume. And I'm sticking to the lower tier stocks between 1 and 15. Well, certainly an orderly decline, but only to the tune of a penny. Looks like some kind of, if I had to guess, buyout. Acquisition investigation. Okay, so this is I guess a SPAC of some type. Typically, when you see this type of action, it's some kind of buyout. Or SPAC conversion in this case. Yep, and this just seems to be the pattern of the day right here. Nice downturn, little consolidation area. What are we looking about? 1371, 1364. So this is just like what we just looked at in the YPF, energy expenditure, not near as much consolidation as we saw in the prior one, but still not a bad play, not a bad second leg down. Of course, spreads are always going to be a factor in these stocks. But I tell you what, let's go back about 30 minutes in. Yeah, just the exact opposite for that guy. And this was before, I tell you what, let's go up to an hour. Yeah, see, just goes to show you, not all animals are the same, especially earlier in the market. And of course, it did take a while for the SPY to do its thing here. Here we are, yeah, just at the hour level. Hour and 5 minutes in, that's where the SPY had its break. And not a bad, hey, just trading the SPY on this breakdown would have yielded some nice gains, even using the top of the range, which 5, 10, 15, which risk on a classic breakdown, the way I like to trade them, is not including the entry candle, the past 15-minute high, which would have been this little guy right here, 399.50. So still risking a point, but keep in mind it is the SPY, right? But 398 down to 393, we're looking at a little over, not quite 5, maybe 4.5 R, just trading the good old SPY today. And of course, if you don't like shorting the big SPY, you could have went long SPXS. Same methodology. 5, 10, 15. So we got 1957. About a 14-cent risk there for 70 cents. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Which this is the triple leveraged ETF. Bear, of course. Okay. OTRK putting in a massive amount of prints in as it topped out in this candle here and is taking a pullback. Seems to be the only thing really flying through here with a large number of prints. Yeah, nobody else even coming close to those. And of course, this is the answer. This is why this is happening. 16.6 million shares in the float. Check out that relative volume. Almost 900. Doesn't look like it just by glancing at it, especially on the 5-minute chart here, but doing 1,400 times normal 5-minute volume. This is not a stock that I've paid attention to today, but gee, I wonder what's causing it. Let's see. Well, really in play in the pre-market. Of course, this is the one we were talking about earlier, Dawn of the Dead. And boy, this zombie right here busted out and was going crazy. But looking at today here, we had a halt. And yeah, they're talking about the price action doubling. But I don't really know what the catalyst is unless it's just purely technical. I'm sure a lot of people that trade this stock were thinking to themselves, well, I bought some down here on the breakout. Nice swing trade developing. As soon as it comes up here and punches through, 73 cents, I'll add some more, but not going to happen unless you bought it really early in the pre-market, which is possible. So that high there, 73 cents. Yeah, we cracked it in that first 5 minutes of the pre-market. So you did have the opportunity there, but of course, boom, boom, boom in the pre-market, a nice gap up above the 200 period. Not surprising, Hans, not surprising. Talking about how 100% of the 11 SP 500 sectors are in the red. Let's just cruise over to the sector channel. Yep, lots of red going on there. Don't know why my single stock window there. Let's see. More than likely because, well, hmm, even if I put a stock in there and it's not an ETF, we're still getting a blank. Okay, well, I'll have to make a note of that. I pulled up Smuckers because SJM usually a lot of the times it'll be a safe haven when the market's going down. You get these companies like Smuckers and Smuckers doesn't just make jelly. They make a lot of different things, right? So a lot of the times, the big staple manufacturers, Smuckers, Campbell Soup, Unilever can be safe havens, but it appears that today, not a lot of safe havens. I haven't looked at these stocks in a very long time, but boy, what's some nice orderly descent in Campbell Soup today. I wouldn't doubt it, Dionysus. In today's day and age, nothing shocks me anymore. Can anybody remember the symbol for Unilever? I can't remember it off the top of my head. Let's see here. Even still a thing. PLC? No, that's the classification. UL. Oh, I did a boo-boo. Oof. Not bad action from that little guy today. But one day does not a safe haven make. Look at this strength. Well, hold on, I stand corrected. It's holding up okay, but at first I was thinking we were close to all-time highs, but nope, not even close. Okay, there we go. $65, roughly speaking. Ah, Barry and Dionysus got it, even though I looked it up. All right, you guys are pretty quiet out there on the questions tip. But that's okay. From a trader's perspective, what I've noticed is that on down days, people are a lot quieter for some reason. Looks like everything's a little sleepy right now. Let's put this back in real time. and nothing really happening. Is at the bottom. All right, perfectly at the bottom, according to the candle body from day before yesterday. Of course, we did have the doji and the wick below the day before. But unless the volume really kicks up today, will we see this 10 period tested? Don't know. Might have to save that for tomorrow. Unless we get a big rally before the close. But still a pretty impressive performance from the dead of the dawn, or excuse me, dawn of the dead races today. Barry, since you're listening, did you participate in any race stocks this morning? And if you're not there, that's cool too. Interesting intersection here on the 50 and the 10 for BBD. Of course, this is a Brazilian ADR, and boy, for a while there, the Brazilian stocks were in play with all the election shenanigans that were going on over there, and I guess still are in all the protest. Chegg, a little bit of Chegg. Ooh, that's a pretty little breakdown. Nice and orderly descent. Gee, and other educational support services. I've yet to count them all up, all the online education firms out there. It seems like everything's either a biotech or an online education firm these days. And the meme stocks. AMC trying to reclaim the 50, while the GME struggling to get up to it. And of course, we're talking about meme stocks. We have to also look at APE. And boy, let me tell you, during this downturn here, I was really close to just taking a stab. Would have just been a stab in the dark. Did I do it? No, I did not. And you can see what's happened since that point in time. The whole time I was thinking, how could a preferred stock that was issued just not too long ago, how is this possible to go from 10.50, roughly speaking, down to what we bottom out at 65 cents? Like, that's one heck of a preferred stock, right? But looks like the fire is not dead. Looks like we're trying to put in a little rounded bottom here. But unless we get up to this level here, that's when the next frenzy would start. Kind of looks like that Bitcoin daily that I showed you guys earlier. Nice little, not quite a smiley face or a cereal bowl, but kind of a gap tooth grin on the smiley face, which was the same as the Bitcoin. Sam is saying, how about replacing the race graphics with just the top 10 list to save much needed space? Yeah, I can see your point there, Sam. But I guess the whole concept of the races was to see which one was leading while the race was occurring. Right? This is the action right here. Of course, once the stock does win. Now, what you can do if you want to save space, I don't think it'll let you squish it up, right? But for example, let's say I wanted to stack races. I could do something like this, right? I could keep stacking them to where all you do is see the list, right? So even though we can't shrink the races down, that's as small as I can make the window. You can, if you don't want to see the actual race and you've got multiple races going, you can just stack them like this, right? Just keep stacking and stacking and stacking. So that is I know it's not exactly what you want, but that is a workaround for conserving screen space. If you have multiple races, you can just watch the winner column, so to speak. Even taking that one step further, since they're all derived from a top list, and in this case, change from open, right? Well, if we're looking at 1 minute races, which this race is, and if you really just want to see a data column, you could always put change in 1 minute as a custom formula in the top list here, and it would sort in the same capacity. Um, but, I'm sure Barry will agree with me on this topic. It just doesn't open your eyes to it like the race does, right? Seeing the change in 1 minute period here, or the change from open in a 1 minute period, because I'm running 1 minute races, that's kind of the whole shtick. It makes it a lot more visible, because if I was watching a top list change from open and then change in 1 minute, you lose focus. All you see are a bunch of flickering numbers most of the time. But when we can visualize it in this graphic format, even if it's just in the winners list, it brings it to your attention, you check it out. Whereas if you were just trying to watch columns in a top list, a lot of the times it's just you lose focus. That's the whole idea and concept, behind the stock races.
One other thing, Jamie,
Yeah.
is that once the top 10 list is complete,
Hmm.
so let's just say the 10th one won two races, even if it just won one race, then all of a sudden out of nowhere, some stock that has not won a race at all
Hmm.
is screaming higher. You'd never see it because it would not be added to the top 10 list.
That is correct.
So there's that aspect also. It can happen later on in the day typically, but still, that's why I would. And I understand his point, because it does take up space.
Hmm.
Maybe if there's a way to shrink it down even further, I don't know how. I don't know what development could do about that, but yeah, I would always want to see the race in action just for that one reason. Something
Right.
coming out of nowhere that has not appeared yet, you wouldn't see it then. It would, you just wouldn't see it.
Now, see, you can do this, and that's as small as you can get it. And then, if you want to get, I don't know how easy this is for most people, but I'm on Windows 11. So I could always pull one of these. I could go, okay, I need more screen space. So I'm going to go from this ratio to this ratio. You know, that's another option if you want to pack
Yeah.
more stuff in. But of course, to each his own.
Or as we say in French, chacun a son goût. How's that?
C'est
Oh
la vie.
man. C'est la vie, c'est la vie. Bonjour, bonjour. Comment ça
Je
va?
m'appelle Jamie.
Ah, je parle français because that's the law. That's what we used to say when I was growing up in Montreal when the language laws came in. And
Wait, wait, wait. Language law?
the language laws came in, yeah. Well, what happened is boy, if you were a merchant, you had to have the language police would go around to check to see what signage you had. And
Aha.
if the French language wasn't at least, I think it was at least 75%, in other words, three times the English lettering, then you'd get
Right.
a fine.
Interesting.
And there were some real English areas that had been doing business for decades and decades. Murphy's Flower Shop, okay,
Right.
and it was never trans. So he would go, I don't know, Le Fleur de Murphy Magasin, something like that, but would not put it in like any bigger than the English language, and they'd come and find him. And it was a real. So that's where the little expression, je
Interesting.
parle français, because that's the law.
Uh-huh.
Bonjour, bonjour, comment ça va? Je parle français because that's the law. I apologize for any Quebecers like French speaking Quebecers in the room, but I am from Montreal, so I grew up with that.
Interesting. That's
Yeah,
a
it was
tidbit of
interesting. Yeah,
information. See, I just learned something today, Barry. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. Oh my goodness. So if you want to take off, you can, Jamie. I don't want to keep you if you don't want to keep going. But if you do want to keep going,
Ah, no worries. What do we get? What time is it? We got about 5
it
more
is.
minutes.
You get about 5 minutes. There you go.
Do you have your eyeballs? Are you waiting for anything to set up, or you
Not
got anything
really.
on the radar? Yeah,
Not really. I am. I didn't have AMC shorts. I would have. I wanted to hop on that AMC short, but unfortunately, Interactive Brokers didn't have any left, so I couldn't hop on that one. And that's about the only thing I was really looking at, because when I look left on the daily chart, of course, the low is yesterday's low is way down here at $5. So, I was looking at a six break, but there were just no shorts available.
yeah. It's kind of weird how that short game is played.
They come and go. I mean, they just come and go. But have you ever had Interactive Brokers?
I've never traded, well, except for the testing that we do here at the firm.
Okay.
I've never used their platform.
So they've got a neat little feature. I'm sure well, I don't know if all brokers have it, but they've got a neat little feature. And if I'll start to share my screen, okay? I'll just show you what I'm
Sure.
talking about. Okay, so you see the little box. You see the little box. It says there are at least 127,000 shares available to sell short.
Yeah.
Now, what you didn't see is the symbol disappear, but that was FLUC.
Right.
Okay. So when I click on any alert, I have this box on another screen. So I can always tell how many shares are available right now. But the interesting thing, it is basically real time. So I can see real time how many are being snapped up also, or how
Right.
many are being added. And so it's kind of interesting, especially when you get something like an AMC, which I think earlier today had about 50,000, and they just got all snapped up. I mean, it was that simple. They just got completely, again, I'm only speaking about IB, but
Sure.
it's an interesting feature. I find that.
Yeah, no, over at Think or Swim, you just get if you pull the symbol up in a certain field, it's either says ETB, easy to borrow, or HTB, but you don't get a share count.
You don't get a
Um,
share count, yeah.
no, a lot of the times you just have to throw the order out there and it either immediately rejects it or, I'm sure just like IB, they've got the one where you can pay extra if you want to. But depending on the
Yeah, I mean,
cost, that can be beneficial or
yeah.
not so beneficial.
Generally, if they say, I mean, yeah, you're right. They will say, well, we'll find shares for you if you really want us to, but I don't do that ever.
Yeah,
If the shares
it's
aren't
timing
available, I
too.
just forget
Yeah.
about it. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I'm gonna
if
wait
I'm day
10
trading,
minutes.
yeah,
I'm gonna make a phone
exactly.
call and then go, "Oh, okay, the move's already happened. Guess I don't need them anymore."
Yeah, can I have it from the price 10 minutes ago? Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah.
That
It's
doesn't
funny you
happen.
say that because back in the olden times when we were still SOS trading,
Hmm.
the market makers, if you hit them and they never printed at that price, they just left. They didn't honor their quote.
Hmm.
We'd tell our office manager, call NASDAQ compliance. Here's the order ID. He didn't print, and the stock would move a point from where it was.
Hmm.
They'd have to cough it up. So they'd
Oh,
be like,
wow.
okay, hey, you got the shares. They're a point in the money. Okay, put them in my account. Ding. Thank you.
So the reason for not doing it, was it just negligence, or they really didn't want to fill you, and they would hope that you wouldn't call?
Right. They're just like, we're just going to back away. See, that used to be illegal, right?
Hmm.
And they're like, yeah, we're just not going to fill it. But
Right.
if we didn't call compliance on them, then they were just, They would
right.
just do it. And they're like, well, if they call, we'll cough it up. If they don't, but after we got wise, we're like, you can't just leave. You know,
Hmm.
if you went, whether it was SOS or a select net preference back in the day, and he just left and didn't print, well, then there was evidence from in the computer system, and they're like, yep, go when you got to cough it up. Sometimes we'd get them 3, 4 points in the money on
Just
several
say, I
thousand
mean,
shares.
yeah,
But yeah, I mean that was back when things were kind of fair and equitable.
right.
Now it's just computer algorithms and backing.
Yeah.
What was illegal then is common practice today. It's funny how things change.
Hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm rambling here, so I will let you get back to it, sir,
All right. Thank you, Jamie.
and we'll see you around
You,
probably in the meeting tomorrow.
you will. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Jamie.
All right. Bye, Barry. Bye bye.
All right, guys, I'm back in all of the rooms now. So I just need to get my music going and set to go. Where are you? Just give me a moment. Yeah, well, that FULC obviously helped by the market. I mean, I don't know for sure. I just don't think it would have had this move. Otherwise, I would have taken it, of course. I looked at it. This is from the AI, but when I saw that the financing was at 13 and it was holding 13 for the longest time, but I think, with a lot of stocks, they're just dropping, including AMC, which I have no shorts for. Well, is there actually a boom, CYAD? There's actually a stock moving higher. Yeah, I see that big boom, CYAD. Yeah, so this is definitely a counter trend for the day, CYAD. But boy, this market, I mean, other than that little green candle just before I went on break at 11:45 to noon, it has been that was just a momentary pause. So at this point, guys, I'm not in anything anymore. I got out of my RBLX. I disappointed in it. I thought maybe it would have a lot more room down when the market was moving down, but it just didn't really do it. I guess that news yesterday is, kind of kept the interest up and not a lot of selling, not a huge amount of selling. All right, guys. Well, not seeing too much. How's Lucy doing? LUCY? Yeah, I just look left. I see 177. It's a 163 right now. I just think it's too close. So let's see what Alcoa is doing. Alcoa AA releases earnings after hours today. Of course, CENX, another aluminum company. So let's see what Alcoa is doing. I mean, the market is sort of suggesting they think Alcoa is going to do well. As a sympathy play with well, CENX would be a sympathy play to that. Let's take a look at what Alcoa is doing. Yeah, I mean it's not negative. You can say that with most stocks being negative today. So it's just kind of holding. Now I don't play earnings in that I'm not going to say okay. I think because of what's happening, people think Alcoa is going to have blowout or good earnings. I don't play earnings. I don't hold through earnings. I'll see what happens tomorrow once they release after hours today. But I never ever ever hold through earnings. And that is to say, that is not a recommendation that anybody else does the same. It's just it's a personal rule that I only broke once in the last 10 years, and it hurt me a bit. Getting deadly, guys. I'm just trying to even I'm just looking for wow, this PRVB. I looked at this. This is when I just was on my break. Excuse me. I saw this PRVB break down. There's a little green candle and then a further breakdown. Yeah, the next low is 874. Boy, look at this space, guy. So the next low looking left is 491. Can you see what could happen if it took out 491? No, let's see if it does. I'm going to stick an alert around 488 for space, SPCE. And if it takes that out, because then the next low is way down here at 418, as long as the market keeps doing this, I don't see why anybody's going to be, breaking down the doors to buy this thing. So it's almost a green bar ignored. Oh, I guess not on the daily chart, but that was a nice uptrend. But right now, pretty tough to commit to going anything long right now, especially a bounce play. Well, guys, space is definitely one that has room. I mean, I'm seeing some other ones, but when I look left on space, so if it gets down to the 480s, I'll probably take this short, just put a stop at 5 and see what happens. As long as the market keeps doing this. Assuming I can get a short where I want it because it is down over 10%, so the uptick rule is in effect. In fact, I just tested, tried to take some at 492 and I couldn't get a fill. Waited about 10 seconds and that uptick rule at the bid ask is 492, 493. So the uptick rule is definitely in effect. But Captain, look what happened with space. You know, it had a great run until today. I know what you're saying, but look what happened with space. I mean, that's a nice 328 up to 573 in what say 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. But it may be a moot point because I tried to get a short just to test the waters at 492 and I couldn't get a fill. There's lots of shares available. It's that uptick rule. They explore space. That's what they do. They explore space. And Goldman lowers his price target from 12 to 6. Well, you've reached that, Goldman. What is the uptick rule? So when a stock is down over 10%, like space is right now, it's down 11%. Okay. So typically, if you want to short a stock, you just go in at the, assuming your broker has shares available, you just go in at the bid, and usually you'll get a fill immediately. As long, but the minute a stock is down 10% and more, this uptick rule takes effect. And so what has to happen is, so you can go in at the bid at 492, like I tried, but there has to be a lot of action, a lot of buys at 493, about like in on the ask, and then it goes back, and then it can go back to the bid. The problem is I could be in a big queue of people who are wanting to do the same thing. Okay, so there, in other words, so there has to be some buys at the ask, and then it goes back to the bid before they'll fill my short. But again, I could be in a big group of people who want to do the same thing. So you can sit there. I mean, I sat there for, I mean, it wasn't a huge period of time, but if I can't get a fill in 10 seconds, I'm just going to back off. And the uptick rule is in effect the following day also, until, even if the stock is not down 10%, but someone will have to tell me the stock has to have a positive day before the uptick rule goes away. William knows, because sometimes you'll see, and it doesn't mean, and sometimes, for instance, galactic space could be up tomorrow 4%, and but I think the day has to close positive Then the following day is when the uptick rule disappears. I think that's how it works. Because I've tried to buy some stuff, short some stuff, and the stock's up, and I go, hey, wait a minute, like, why am I not getting a fill? And it's because it was down over 10% the day before. Even though it's positive today, I think it has to remain positive for the day. Is that correct, William? Or anybody who actually knows? I thought you knew, William. So I thought but it was you that told me that. I thought once the stock was positive the next day that the uptick rule would disappear, but I think somebody told me no. Shady probably knows. So in theory, a stock that's down 10%, if it never has a positive day in the next 2 weeks, I guess in theory, the uptick rule will be in effect. But what takes it off the uptick rule, Shady, then? So let's just say that the space is down 10% today and it's down 4% tomorrow. Yes, I understand that the uptick rule would be in effect the next day. Would it being only down 4% the next day, would that allow it to come off on the third day? Okay, so it doesn't have to have a positive day. It's just that it remains, so no matter what, it's in effect the next day. Okay, thank you for that. Well, guys, I am now going to figure out what I'm going to do for the trade that I highlight or stock that I highlight. Let's see this OTRK. Can it hold the VWAP again? The VWAP is at 121. It's just a little bit above it. Can it hold it again and bounce off it? My thoughts about SI coming back from all the negative press around it and the lawsuits. So they lost $1 billion. That was their earnings release yesterday. So they lost $1 billion. I don't know. You tell me. Do you think it can come back from that? I mean, it had a run yesterday because crypto was, but it couldn't hold it. You know, it did have a run yesterday. If I back out in the 15-minute chart, but it could not hold it. Now, a lot of the crypto stocks dropped after the initial run, Well, let's take a look at SI yesterday's action. So it had this run in the pre-market. It was up to that, but crypto was up. Crypto was up, and all the crypto stocks seem to be doing this. I don't know if all the crypto stocks were doing this when SI was doing this. The big thing is, I mean, yeah, lots of negative press, but they also lost $1 billion. So, and as William is saying in the rooms, SI killed their balance sheet. So, I mean, I'm no expert, on reading a balance sheet and all that, but if I see $1 billion loss, I mean, is it possible it could come back ever? Of course, anything can come back ever, I suppose, but I certainly wouldn't be looking at this one. Unless crypto goes wild again, and which may bring it up just because it's sort of a meme stock, understanding that it's a meme stock with that short float percent. So the memers don't care about balance sheets at all. They'll just pile into something because they'll just do it. Okay, they don't care about anything. They don't give a rip if the company's going out of business, anything about it. It's just a trade. And when they look at the short float percent and that short and the float itself, sure, the memers could get a hold of this at another time. But if they don't, and crypto doesn't go on an amazing run, I don't see this one doing very much of anything for a long time. So Afshin, when you say you have the same issue with Thinkorswim, yeah, that's not a broker by broker, okay? That's an industry rule. You're talking about the uptick rule. That's nothing to do with the broker. It's just an industry rule. Well, and that's it too. Yeah, with the DOJ getting involved, I don't know what they can actually do, but well, I see all these things that are coming through on my downside, greater than 300K, but yeah, it just look like a lot of them are just coming into a support area. So I just can't take them. I mean, it looks great here on the 15. I look at the daily and I think, okay, I mean, looks like 1860 could easily, stall it for a while anyway. Okay, guys, I'll have to do a video on something, so I think I know what I'm going to do it on. Is it now 123? So I'll say about 133. Guys, I'll put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, market's trying to put in a little bit of a green bar. Will that last though? What time is it now? 1:29. So yeah, so that probably will last. The big thing is, can it put two greens in a row? That will be the key. Two green bars in a row. We haven't had one since well, since 10:30. Well, actually, since 10:15. I've been looking at a short on this one, HLMN, underneath the whole number, but it's not really moving. Bottoming tails here. I kind of liked it because I had a little bit of room to the 60 level, 59 or 59 level. It was through the 200-day, underneath the VWAP, but just sort of stalling. Sort of a green bar ignored on the 15-minute chart, the downtrend, green bar pause, sort of. All right, I suppose this one could get interesting. TCBP could get interesting. There's the VWAP 693, so it's just above it. I guess it's if it can break above the VWAP, anything's possible. It did get up to eight. What did it get up to? 837. That's the high of the day. So if it takes out the VWAP, gets to that 7 level, hey, it could have a run, but just don't think there's a big appetite for going long too many things right now. All right, maybe another green bar. CHK, let's take a look at CHK from Mr. Captain K. Mm-hmm. All right, well, we might have a big rally here. We might have a rally going here. I'm going to stick an alert at 394.89 on the SPY. Just with the highs of those candles right there. And let's just see. Maybe we have a rally starting, guys. Maybe. Well, You guys been, some of you have been talking about this Halo. I haven't seen Halo at all. Yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, I was thinking of Holo, Holo. Yeah, not a bad little break today. The high of 4 days ago, 51.93. So it's above that high. Had a down day for some reason. To bio, did they release some negative data? Oh, so was it Holo? It wasn't Halo. It was Holo. Well, Halo's looking pretty good too. But no, Holo looks excellent. I mean, considering what's happening, I mean, this had the tremendous run. It's 850 is the high 2 days ago, so it's above that. Yeah, I mean, for a day like this, no volume. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be back in about 2 or 3 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. I see Holo was up near the leaderboard. But I am kind of liking the Halo. I mean, it's kind of out of the price range, but that I like. But that's a great little break here. Up 2% for the day when the market is doing this. Now, time is at 1:40, so another 5 minutes or 4.5 minutes for this to close. Can it close green? Can we get two green candles in a row? Yeah, I'm really surprised, Afshin in our YouTube room, and I know other guys, people have commented that most brokerage firms just don't tell you how many shorts are available. I mean, I don't know why IB seems to be maybe the only one that well, probably Center Point and those. But yeah, I don't understand why some big firms like Thinkorswim and E-Trade, et cetera, don't show you how many shorts are available. Okay, Fidelity does. Okay, so Fidelity does tell you how many shorts. Okay, so shock went up to Fidelity. Okay, so a lot of stocks right now. A lot of stocks right now are doing this little bounce, guys. Doing this little bounce for how long? That's the question. Sure trader. Wow, that's going back a bit. It wasn't Sure Trader one of those brokers that USers could get an account with and skirt the PDF rules while they were still in business anyway. MRVI guys, again, let's take a look left. Does it have any room? Just don't see the room. Yeah, but then they went bust. So I do remember Sure Trader though. So we're starting to get some green here, guys. Remember I was telling you, click on the ones that are green if you have this. It's EOLS. Now through the 200-day on the daily. And let's take a look at the weekly chart. Where could it go? If we start getting a little market rally, yeah, so 288 is, or sorry, 1088 is the next high looking left on the weekly. I'm sorry, 11 is the next high looking left on the weekly, so it's got a little bit of room. Nice little break here. It's over the VWAP, over the 200-day moving average. Volume picking up. Just hard to commit to going long. Spread, yeah, I mean the spread is What's the volume like? Not bad. Here's another one that kind of looks like the EOLS, a little break. The candle before, a couple of breaks out of this kind of consolidation over the VWAP, well over the VWAP now, and that's ever EVER. And look left. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's got room on the daily, but let's take a look at the weekly. Where could it stall? Hmm. Next high is 1907 on the weekly chart forever. So I guess, it's got a little bit of room. The market is rallying now, guys. My goodness, we've had two green bars in a row. Are we going to get a third? And I think if it can get to the 394 mark, we might have even a bigger rally. SOS. Well, right into the VWAP, 723, right into the VWAP for SOS, and that's where it stalled. Okay, guys. Well, this is getting a little more interesting. The EOLS, it's holding. I think the spread is tightened up a little bit. Any news on this one? All right, so early 22 results exceed expectations. Okay, so they don't release until March, but they are really they pre-announced it's Q4 and full year results, which are exceeding Wall Street forecasts. Okay, so that is the reason, I guess. Not I guess. That is the reason. I mean, I guess obviously there was no law about pre-releasing, but I mean, that would drive me crazy, if you're in a stock, especially if you're swinging it and you're not wanting to hold through earnings, and then they do a pre-release on you. I mean, and a lot of times that pre-release is not necessarily good. So, well, certainly looking at CRDF on a weekly chart, it looks a lot better. I mean, look at that. Look at that potential gap fill on the weekly chart. 331 is the high, and we're at 184. I just mentioned this one a while back. See if it could take out the VWAP. Excuse me, and the TCBP. So far it did. 668, 695. Sorry, is the VWAP. Give me a moment, please. All right, guys. So this one is kind of interesting now. This TCBP. Excuse me. What? It's 725, 730 right now. Bid ask. That's not terrible. Uh, well, now it got terrible. Yeah, it dropped to 711, 728. Now it's 715, 722. So this is what I'm looking at, just seeing how, this is time and sales. Just looking to see how that bid ask is holding. But right now, look, whoa, look at that. Well, thank goodness, guys. So bad. That is it's the magic of the low float. That's exactly what can happen. You saw it right on the screen how that bid ask just cratered. When I was getting a little excited about it because it looked like it was trying to hold that 730 mark. And then big, massive rug pull. Shoot, I should have been paying attention to Zach bouncers because with what the market's doing now in the last 30 minutes, there's been probably some pretty decent bounce plays. WBA, let's take a look at WBA from Shady. Well, I know you're not influenced by the VWAP, but there it is, right into the VWAP, 35.83. So that, as we speak, has repelled it. It looks like it's trading with the market. So I think you need a red bar, which you might be getting. All right, I took this one with you, Shady. Put a stop right at the VWAP. See if that VWAP holds. I'm in at 73, so we'll see. That's the WBA. So basically a 10-cent stop. I don't expect a dramatic move for it because of the float, 711 million. The 10 SMA could hold it. So just a little scalp for me, probably. This is William. Thanks a lot. To paraphrase a bogey, of all the stocks in the world that you had to look at, you had to look at this one. And most of you don't know what I'm talking about, but that's okay. Just rambling here. Of all the gin joints, yeah, it still sort of stands the test of time, Casablanca. Has it really? VITO, unless VITO. Well, yeah, so Bitcoin, what is it now? Is it still over 20,000, 21,000 or so? Isn't that what it was yesterday? 21,000 or so? So 20, okay, so almost 21. Okay. Okay, guys, this may be over. We had two bars green, but now we're starting to, we have and the third bar is red. Next bar, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. So that little 30 minutes of delight, if you were looking to go long anything, could be over, which should help the WBA, not the basketball league, but the stock. I'll even take a 1-to-1 on that one on the WBA, which would mean it would have to get down to 35.63 or so. It's following the market. Come on, inch down a little bit more. Mm, needed a red bar here. I might have to get out of this one. Need a red bar. I think for that WBA to keep moving down a little bit. Yeah, glad I backed off this EOLS. Now, it did hold the VWAP, it did hold the 200-day, and it did hold the VWAP, EOLS, okay? We can say that, but the spread is not great. 998, 1007. I mean, it's just not great. I don't specifically know. No, I mean, somebody posted some information about crypto, and I don't know if that was the reason. I really don't know. Maybe somebody else has an idea. Because I think that news about what DOJ getting involved in, I don't want to use the term regulating it, but I think it was posted right around that time. Oh, I'm just now seeing all the posting while I was on my break. Okay, come on. Big red bar, big red bar. Now, I don't want to destroy anybody's long trade, but okay. This is turning into a red bar now. Make a little wider one. That's on the SPY 15-minute chart. And the only reason I'm, somewhat fixated on it is because of the WBA short that I'm in. I think it needs to be red and getting redder. Now, this is maybe well, not very much volume. I don't know this one at all. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. SCLX. Um, Nice break here. What's the next high looking left? Looks like it's around 950. Nice break here, but I don't know this one at all. Not tremendous volume. 4.5 times normal, but just not a lot of volume. And I'm talking about the SCLX. Is that a nice run? Great run. Don't recall seeing this one at all, but it's gone in a couple of weeks from like 3 to 9. What do they do? Non-opioid pain management products, okay? That's what I was thinking too, William. Let's see what it does at the VWAP. NRGV, sorry, NRGV. Oh, good grief. And well, there is the VWAP at 491, so it's right into it. Let's see if it just breaks right through it. Ooh, guys, 211. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I want to put myself on mute for about, what time is it now? 2:12. I'll be back at about 2:20. Maybe earlier. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so let's see what's happening with Robinhood, if it is affected by that at all. I mean, that's been ongoing, but let's see what's happening with Robinhood. Yeah. Who is, that's just not your opinion, market maker. That is some headline that you're reading? Yeah, let's see if it holds the VWAP, OTRK. Let's see if it holds the VWAP. Still I mean, it's still doing a job trying to hold the VWAP. Hasn't given it up quite yet. No shorts for me on this one, so it's not like I don't have any skin in the game in this one, but just interested to see if it holds the VWAP, which is 122. Even RBLX is actually starting to move again, a little higher here, guys. There's the VWAP, 36.18. There's the low of yesterday is 36.01. Argument to be made that if it depends what the market does, but right now it's moving against the market. Right now, market is drifting down just a little bit. These are pretty narrow candles. It's not like it's big wide candles or anything, but starting to move about. You know what I'm going to do? Just stick an alert around 36.17, which is the VWAP, and see if it takes it out, which will mean it'll be above yesterday's low. And who knows, especially if the market can turn around at all. So how much longer will payment for order flow be allowed in the States? Not allowed in Canada. I bet you do, because then you get your free commissions, but you got to pay somewhere though. That is one of the reasons why IB Light is not available in Canada. In the States it does, but we can't take advantage of it. And you know what? Okay, if you're talking about the pro version of Interactive Brokers, I still think that half a cent a share is no big deal to pay. But then again, I am not buying 10,000 shares of a penny stock. So, but uh, I could have sworn somebody said you can negotiate if that's your trading style. With IB, you can negotiate a better commission. Yeah, I've never been that person, that high frequency scalper. All right. Well, I looks like I took 9 cents on the WBA, not quite the 1-to-1. I just don't have a feel for it moving that much more. Thank you, Shady. Little topping on the pizza. Oh, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Should have got rid of the note. You're right. All right, moment of truth for NRGV, guys. NRGV, it's kind of through the VWAP a little bit. 491, 502. Nice trade, Shady so far. Let's see if it really holds this 5 level. Hanging around 5, guys, NRGV. I may take some if it really, maybe get a bid of like 504, 505, something like that, clearing 5. And maybe takes a shot at the high of the day or get close to the high of the day, 552. This is not, whatever the market does not concern NRGV. It's kind of a beta, an alpha stock trading on its own, so it doesn't really care so much what the market's doing. Typical of these smaller ones. Just teasing at $5, guys. NRGV just teasing at $5. 498, 499 on the bid ask. Look at the volume, 20 million shares have traded. 35 times normal. And the reason they are raising their Q4 and FY22 revenue guidance, they don't release until we don't even have an earnings date here. Not sure when they actually release. SATX, SATX. Let's take a look at that one. All right, there we go. A little bit of a move here for NRGV. How about SATX, SATX? So here's space. And I think somebody said they shorted it a long time ago. I mean, it's been doing nothing. It may not have got stopped out, but there is space. And at the low of 2 days ago, all right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm just continuing to watch that NRGV, guys, in case it really breaks that over 5. It's a struggle right now for it. Hmm. Remember looking at this one a little while ago, ever. So it is actually, it actually moved EVER. How about the EOLS? It didn't like that spread? No, no, not yet anyway. Yeah, I just couldn't take this one. What's the spread like? Yeah, that's that bad spread, SCLX, 974, 976.10 now. That's the spread. Pretty tough to commit. OTRK continues to kind of hang around the VWAP. It'll make a little move down below it, but it's still kind of there. Okay, this NRV, right back at the VWAP, guys, NRGV. All I'm going to do is just put a price alert up in this area. And if it takes it out later, great. If not, I'm just going to forget about it. But it's sitting right at the VWAP again. Well, definitely not seeing too much right now. Nothing moving the way I want it to anyway. All right, LASE. LASE, the high is 412, looking left, so it is at that 414. So where could it go? The next high looking left is 425, and then after that is 495. So, yeah, I mean, it's, obviously if it can take out that 425, may not do it today, may never do it, but if it could do that, then, your next high is 5. So it does have some room. Low float, 3 million in the float. All right, the market is actually putting a little bit of a base here now, and who knows, maybe it can challenge that 395 level that I got a price alert on, which I think would be a pretty interesting level if it got up to this level. That's where the high of 3 15-minute candles are approximately. But I exited the WBA for my few pennies. It's following the market. I mean, really, it's kind of just following the market. Now, this could turn into a long. There's the VWAP, 35.82. If the market rallies, this could turn into a long. 35.82 is the VWAP. I'd say it has some room to maybe the 30, a little over 36, which is probably not enough on a percentage basis. But nonetheless, if the market rallies, a lot of these stocks that were doing this, and then they're starting to come back. Okay, RBLX guys, RBLX. Again, if the market rallies like this, 36.17, I've got my alert set up here. Shoot, I concentrated on the wrong E. We had the ever and we had EOLS about the same time. And I was concentrating more on the EOLS, and ever ran away from me. Yeah, look at this, ever on the move here, ever on the move. Spread is tightened up at all for the EOLS. It's tightened up, but it's moving down. So this is shortable. This is shortable for me. Oh, lots of shorts. 1 million available at a little over 1 million available at Interactive Brokers. Kind of see if it takes out 970. There's another one at the VWAP, Rumble, RUM, another one at the VWAP, 1002. It's at 1007 right now. I mean, I just don't think it's got enough room, even if it took out the VWAP, probably has to contend with 1012. And then you look left. I don't know if it has enough room to move. All right, I think you're now right about the OTRK. I think you are right. OTRK starting to really leave the VWAP behind. Yeah, CI just won another race. Yeah, near the high of the day. The high of the day is 273. And a tough one. Got up to 273, pulls all the way back to 211. That's a big percentage move. But it is above yesterday's high. 250, it's above yesterday's high. Low float, 16 million in the float. This is a German? Belgium, sorry, Belgium, sorry. Belgium company. I don't have it as not shortable. I just have it as, the contract will be available if shares can. There's no big red dot. But yeah, absolutely, just buy Boyle. If you want to short coal, just buy Boyle. Really, I don't have the red dot. I have the faded green dot. You sure on the KOLD? Try again. Maybe it became. No, seriously. I mean, very few stocks have that red dot. They don't actually track. Okay, good news from William. I don't play the ETFs at all. Interesting. Is this what I see? This is what I see. Just the faded green dot, not the big red dot. Wonder why that is. Hey, Pepe, long time no post. That's because I haven't asked you a question. That would annoy me. That'll be the day. Be the end of times if anything you do annoys me. Here's another, never seen this one before. NAMS. Halted, resumed. This is new. I've never seen this one before. Netherlands company. See, not getting into a trade, but trying to anticipate what might happen saves me a lot of not agony, but grief. I could have said, you know what, this looks good, NRGV. Let's just take it right underneath that 5 because it'll probably break through. But nope. All right, for you people who love cheap stocks, look at this one, Volta, VLTA, kind of a breakout on that 15-minute over the VWAP, barely up 22%, 32 million shares. It's a big float for a sub $1 stock. Surprised. I wonder if they've had a notice. But look what it's done. I mean, I think somebody mentioned this one a while back. I just don't play these, but it's come from 31 cents to almost 90 in 3 weeks. Not a pink sheet either. Okay, guys, take a look at Bed Bath and Beyond, BBBY. Maybe setting up for a little trade here over $4. Excuse me, over $4. Yeah, the view app is sort of close though, 427. Well, that SIA just made another new high. CYAD just made a new high briefly. All right, guys, let's see if this BBBY can get close to the VWAP here. See if the memers, I'm looking at that histogram, the bars are really increasing here. So this is trying to tell me that the bullish candlestick patterns greater than in a ratio basis than the bearish candlestick patterns. I haven't been talking about the histogram, guys, because I have no idea when it's going to be available for you guys. I just don't know. So I've been using it, but I just don't know when it's going to become available. Okay, it is 2:49, so this is typically when I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. If you have any questions, please ask away. Don't be shy. I'll hop right back on the mic, and of course, I'll hop back on the mic if I have anything earth-shattering to report. Question, I got that too, Pepe, but I don't think there is one. Just check about the webinar. I'm just checking now to see if there is one. Yeah, I thought they were all canceled. Not enough people attending, Stan. Pretty simple. It's not a good use of an hour of, like, the guys are so busy, so it just was not a good use of the hour that they were spending. Anyway, I've got a question in to see if it is. In fact, Scott should know. Well, guys, I'm continuing to watch the BBBY, see if it holds 4 and pops a bit. And that is Pepe, and that I know he says that he's not even close, but I know you know that. Come on, Bed Bath and Beyond, do something. For a stock that is, meme stock, it's just not doing anything. Any of you penny players take a a stab at Volta, VLTA? No, I'm not short Best Buy. You know that. No, I'm trying to get long Bed Bath and Beyond. Never. I cannot do that to Best Buy. Really, I mean, it's performed pretty well today considering Best Buy is flat, market's down, so it has performed pretty well. Okay, guys, back on mute. All right, guys. Yeah, there is no webinar. Okay, the email went out by mistake, so there is no webinar today. You'll probably get an email. You'll probably get an email soon saying sorry about that. Possible anyway, but there is no webinar today. The histogram is these black bars you see. If you can see my screen, Smith tone. The histogram are the black bars you see underneath the volume bars. And the theory being that when the bars increase in size, that means that the bullish candlestick patterns, ratio wise, greater than the bearish candlestick patterns. Okay. It's just not available for you guys yet, and I don't know when it's going to be available. I used to talk about it quite a bit because I thought that it was going to be made available pretty soon, but evidently no. So, but that's what you see here. This is an interesting one, maybe even for tomorrow. This NUWE. Have to watch it tomorrow just to see. I mean, it had a nice day, obviously. With the market being down the way it is, and looking left, you've got this ton of room, $11. But it is, I know I would never be swinging this, but it's a very, very low float. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Denver. Well, let's see if that the bid can catch up to the ask on the NUWE. Trying to 845, 860, 845, 848, 860. Trying to. All right, guys, what time is it? 3:12. I have a meeting at 3:20, not unlike the one yesterday, so gonna be wrapping this up pretty quickly. Any last minute questions? I'll ask away. All right, I don't see any questions right now, so I think I'm gonna wrap it up. I gotta get ready for this thing at 3:20, so I'm gonna wrap this up. Either, I'm shutting it down now, June. I have a meeting at 3:20, so I'm shutting the room down now. So I never keep it open until 4:30. Start at 8, so you can come in at early at 8. I'm done. I am done. All right, guys, thanks for all the help as usual. And as I say, the room will open tomorrow at 8 o'clock. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Didn't copy. There we go. And goodbye, YouTubers.